Everyone ready? Okay, is everyone ready? Yep. Good evening. I call the May 14th Morrisville Town Council work session to order at this time. We have 4 items to discuss tonight, and we're going to start off with a sponsorship policy update. I'd like to invite Erin Hudson, Communications and Outreach Director, and John Letney, Assistant Town Manager, to the table to join us and facilitate this conversation.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for giving us a few minutes of your time this evening to bring this item back and hopefully bring this to closure with you. So very quickly, we'll just recap timeline here for you. I know that's pretty small print, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but just want to highlight the work that has been done with staff and with council really over the last 2 years to bring robust sponsorship policy for sponsorship, naming rights to town council for staff use, really just highlighting the work again that's been done with all of the interested parties, both internally and externally. And as we shared at your February 24th work session, once those 2 internal policies were approved, there was a separate facility naming rights policy and a separate sponsorship policy. Those were approved in May of 2024. There was also a forward-facing sponsorship guide that was approved to provide that guidance to the public. Staff really began to recognize some of the challenges within those individual and collective policies. Some overly prescriptive in areas, necessary guidance was not there in other areas, some duplicate or conflicting information with the superlative professional services agreement that we were going forward with. So wanted to be able to bring that information back to you all in a more comprehensive way that we could move forward with. I have to click that twice now. So we came back before you at your February 24th work session. Staff had prepared and proposed a consolidated guiding policy. Hopefully that consolidated policy really provided the clarity and eliminated some of those previous points of confusion that was within those 2 separate policies. We also reflected some of the elements that were within both of the individual policies and incorporated those, the town's interest and values within those definitions, guiding principles, offer clarification that internal staff would review and approve lower level sponsorships that would not rise to a valuation threshold of our agreement with superlative. So things sort of along the lines of benches, bike racks, similar items. And those items would then also be clarified in what we referenced as the addendum, which was within that policy document that would really outline all of our sponsorship level thresholds. We also proposed that town council could review and approve any sponsorship agreements or naming rights agreements valued at $60,000 or greater, and all of the opportunities brought forward by our consultant. Town council did not reach consensus on this item, so that's something we're bringing back forward to you tonight. We had roughly half council members that wanted to see all items, and roughly half that wanted to see items valued at a minimum dollar threshold. We also provided some proposed updates to our forward-facing sponsorship guide. Again, we reflected that as an addendum within the policy, really making sure that there was a broad range of sponsorship and participation opportunities for businesses of all levels. We also incorporated athletic sponsorship opportunities that staff had identified. So we'll discuss this a little bit further on the next slide. So now we are here, and I'm actually going to start at the 3rd bullet under town policies. Based on the feedback that council had provided us over the last opportunity we had to discuss, we have proposed that council would review and approve all proposals from our consultant, which is Superlative. I think that might provide a better ground for us to start from, rather than a valuation or a dollar threshold. That just, I think, meets the intent of the policy, and I think meets the intent of what council was sharing with us over our last few discussion opportunities. At the February 24th discussion, council also shared some concerns that there may be businesses with certain political affiliations that may not meet the spirit or the value of the town. Council also had some questions if there was ability to deny certain businesses to become sponsors or participate in naming rights. And would that, fall afoul of First Amendment rights or anything along those lines? So we took the opportunity to consult with the town attorney, and we got some additional guidance and additional information from the town attorney. We have included some additional language that sponsorship and naming rights are a non-public forum, giving the town sole discretion over eligibility. And also an additional section proposed by the town attorney indicated as permissible sponsors, which gives the town full discretion and editorial control over really who would be eligible to participate in our program as a permissible sponsor. So I do want to clarify on this slide, permissible sponsor is the section of the policy. And so what you see here outlined A through H, these are the types of groups that would not be deemed permissible because they would not fall in line with the values nor the intent of the town. And that's outlined in the language in that policy section of permissible sponsors. A lot of this language is similar to what was already included in the policy, but just has been consolidated into one section, again, as recommended by the town attorney. I think this, again, meets some of those questions and some of the intent that council had from that prior discussion. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So these presentations that are shared with us during the public meeting go into an archive and people look at them without having the context of your voiceover. So this slide that says permissible sponsors in layman terms means it's allowed. But I know that it's probably interpreted in the language of the legal sense that it's not permitted. Because, political speech, hate speech, tobacco and everything, I don't think we would be in support of having a tobacco sponsor. So to me, I'd like you to relabel this slide or add some notes to it before you officially close it out with the clerk, because it is very confusing and I don't think this could stand up historically.
Can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Colley and Councilmember Kesson.
I think that's a good catch. I think that's well pointed out. So thank you for that. I think this really covers the bases a lot. So I really appreciate you guys going to this point and making sure that everything's clear. So I'm comfortable with it as is, except with changing. This is not allowed.
Councilmember Kesson.
I concur with that. And I see in the policy document that we do call it permissible sponsors. So, yeah, slide and the policy.
Valid point. Thank you. All right. So jumping right into our couple of discussion points here. So really at this point, we feel that we've provided the clarification of the questions that we've heard over our last few discussions. That council will review and approve all naming rights and sponsorship proposals procured by the town's consultant. So at this point, our question would be, does town council support staff's proposal for review and approval outlined in the sponsorship review structure that's laid out on page 8 within the policy? So there's a small chart on that section of the policy. Councilmember Rabati. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Rabati.
Do you have that chart?
We can certainly pull that up. The clean set, sorry. Yeah, and then I think it's the very last page. Let me just scroll down here. Yeah. So here, contribution amount, all sponsorship opportunities procured by the town's consultant, the review, of course, staff and town manager, town council is here because you are part of that review process, approval. Town council is the approval for all sponsorship opportunities procured by our town's consultant.
I think that that's gonna, that might cause some churn in the beginning, but I do think that it's worth it to have council eyes on everything in the beginning. You know, there may come a point where, you know, the process is seamless and we feel comfortable with, you know, the, I don't know, the smaller ones being staff approved, but for now, I do think that council approval should be necessary on those. Just a question on the other ones. Those, the other types of sponsorships, the giveaways and the, you know, the other stuff that staff basically approves, those are subject to the same criteria, right, as we're looking at in the sponsorship?
Yeah, there's a full criterion that has to be evaluated and met for any level of sponsorship.
Okay, all right, that's what I think.
Councilmember Patel, then Councilmember Johnson.
This slide is attached to the agenda item, the agenda that was sent to us.
Yes, all this information is in the
So
agenda,
I don't have access to that.
to the agenda packet.
Yes, I'm not able to open it.
That's,
Yeah.
his, he has a locked, documents locked on his iPad. I'll help him direct to the public agenda just for tonight, but if someone can look at his permission setting on his
Yes.
iPad, that'd be great.
I am and was able to access Tuesday's agenda, but not this one.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson?
So is this question that you're asking us, Aaron, is this related to on slide 4, that bullet where, if you just go back to slide 4, I'm a little confused because my slide says something different than what's up there.
Yes, so thank you. We did clarify, I had a different dollar amount here that was reflective of something else. This is reflective of our discussion from February 24th.
What's up there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, because I'm like, I don't know what we're talking about, 30,000, 60,000, or all of it, but okay.
Yes.
So this is related to this conversation?
Yes.
That was your, okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
I also agree with maybe just for the beginning that we were kind of take a look at everything because this process is so new. I feel more comfortable kind of looking at everything too, and I know that adds a bit of time to all the work we're doing. So I would say, yes, let's look at everything at least for the first year maybe, and then come back and evaluate and see how comfortable we all are. And then also in that 1-year timeframe, I would like you to let us know if having these items come before us is adding too much time and being too cumbersome. Because I don't want to do that. And I know surely just that it's coming to us adds a bit of time. I get that, but I just want to add that too.
If I could clarify, when you say everything, are you referring to, well,
No,
is it everything from the consultant that they bring forward?
Yes,
So not
yes.
everything?
No. I'm sorry. I'm talking about everything from this consultant on this
Absolutely.
question you were asking us. Yes. No, you don't have to bring everything.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying.
I apologize. I am not sure who had their card up after yours.
So, can you clarify what you mean everything? Like, I'm more confused.
Yeah, I didn't help.
That is 30,000 and above?
Right, so what I'm hearing is you want to see everything that is generated by our consultant, the Superlative Group, that would come to us for review, and then with the town manager's approval, if we move forward with that, then it would come to you. And you would review it and provide your feedback and approval or non-approval.
That includes amounts of 29,000 and less too.
If it,
Yeah.
If it comes through the consultant.
Okay. No, actually, that, I like that because not to undermine any of the staff is like a company ABC, you know, will always like to pay less and get away. So we want to know at the time, is it, you know, it's just, you know, nothing less than $250,000. So, so we just want to at least see and how we can influence or at least have one.
Councilmember Spargo Johnson.
So I do concur that for the first year, we want to see all possible sponsorships submitted by Superlative. I would also add that we should have a report each month. So it's possible that we get like 3 in a month, you know, and 0 for several months.
Correct.
But it'd be nice to have a status report for, you know, for your consideration on a monthly basis. This helps the staff plan for a cadence of preparing a report for council, and we're more proactive in how we're sharing and digesting this information, and we're looking across the whole scheme versus one-offs. And I think that would be helpful for the council to kind of see how things are building and, you know, how
Sure.
we've accepted or rejected certain things.
and we're hopeful that we'll have something for you every month, but.
And even if it's
Yeah.
no changes, that same report would be I think that would really be helpful.
I've been seeing what Brandon sends as a report, no update, like, you know, so I think just a part of that.
You do that.
So that would be just, you don't have to bring anything, at least we know what is going, sure, so at least we know.
But my question is, as we receive these opportunities, is this something that you would present in a public meeting, or are these considered, you know, closed session items? Because some of the larger ones could impact economic development, perhaps.
They could, and they would most likely be initially in a closed session because we would have an agreement that we would have to work through, and that is part of the negotiation. There could be, like we do with other things in closed session, we could bring it to an open session at some point. After that, for the signing of the agreement or something like that, we can work that out, but I think to answer your question, initially, it would likely be in a closed session.
Okay, that's very helpful to understand. You know, I know you were thinking news and notes. Maybe that's of the awarded sponsorships in that kind of a format, because those are public information
Yes.
in real time versus closed session would still be made public just at a later time when it was deemed appropriate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem Abadi.
I just wanted to call this out because I did see it come up a couple of times, but what we're offering in a sponsorship is strictly a naming advertising right. So we're not offering any type of programming rights. No, you know, a corporation isn't taking over a public entity. There's nothing like that. It's, you know, if a miracle happens and Visa decides to sponsor the town green, they're not going to get to tell us what we program on the town green. It's strictly an advertising opportunity for them.
That's correct. There are many different types of advertising within that, presenting sponsor, different titles and things like that.
Sure.
But our programming is directed by the town, and the sponsor is not the one who's going to tell us what to program or not program.
Exactly. I just seen some confusion on that from the public, so I just want to clarify it in the meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Davenport.
All this is good, but where do I see a document that if I'm a sponsor of a naming right, what do I get in return? I have not seen any document in that regards. And is there a minimum amount set for, I've not seen that document either. So I would appreciate if we can at least get it, because the council hits a lot of people, and we'll be the advocates to just pitch it out, which is a public document.
So when the consultants came to do the two presentations, one in open session, one in closed session, they discussed that and went over a sample, not, the book's very thick, went over a sample of the different levels and what's contained within that. That is their proprietary information, so we are not allowed to make it public. But it is how they negotiate to get to the value for the potential sponsor. And then that would be incorporated into this agreement that we would then discuss.
But additionally, if I may, the addendum that we refer to as part of this policy, that's attached to your agenda item. That is public facing. That's the public facing portion of our internal policy. So right now, it's on the website as the sponsorship guide. We refer to it as the addendum in our policy. That is our sponsorship guide as well. It's a lengthy Excel document, and it outlines each of the tiers, what the valuation is of a minimum and a maximum contribution, and what the individual or the entity would receive for that contribution.
And do we have a list of what is up for grabs?
Meaning,
Means like I am a company, I want to sponsor something in the town. What is up? Is it dog park? Is it Church Street? Is it something else? You know, what, because in February we went through it and it was, the consultant was working on which ones he could come up with a list. I have not seen that list yet.
so for Church Street and the dog park, sponsorship or naming rights for those typically would fall above the addendum within our policy. That would require a much larger investment.
No, I get it. So what I'm trying to say is, if there is a big company who is interested, what do I tell them?
What can we handle? What marketing materials?
What can I say to them? And then they'll say, what is up for grabs? You know, is it Town Green? Is it this one? You know, like there's so many things. And these documents are good when it goes into the next phase of screening and all those things, but the initial.
So our consultant handles that, and what we would do is, and they're in the process of finalizing their marketing brochure that they will be using, which we would then get copies of. So we will have that for you.
Yeah, that's
at
what
some
I'm
point.
asking. I need like the copy of the brochure so that, you know, any one of us can say, okay,
Right.
you know, use this and contact whoever it is.
And that's what we would do, is we would get them in touch with our contact
And
person.
by the way, these are the things which are up for grabs. It's up to you. Amount is not important, but as a signature of what all is there.
Councilmember Kessling and Councilmember Johnson.
Is there expected to be any permanent naming in the 29,000 and below categories?
I would not anticipate any permanent naming in any of the categories. I think that would be outlined in the terms of whatever we work through with any of the sponsorship or naming rights proposals. I think there would be a limit. You know, if it's 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, I don't think anything would have a permanent name.
The policy describes temporary or permanent, so for naming, I mean, I would assume permanent is, 5 years, whereas temporary is 1 year, let's say, or 1 week or something like that. I guess maybe semi-permanent, that sort of thing. But the issue that I'm foreseeing is that a semi-permanent, right, something that where it's contractual for a period of time, not coming to the council for review, and it gets put on the side of the building or something, and then it's apparently causes controversy. That might happen. And if we had not reviewed that beforehand, I would imagine that, if we start getting some calls from the public to do something about it, I'm sure that our hands might be tied a little bit on that. So yes to anything coming from superlative. Certainly, if we're talking about the naming rights, the permanent naming rights, something's going up on a building. I'm not talking about presenting at an event, right? That's a one and done sort of thing. But if it's going to be up there for a number of years, I think having a little bit more oversight by the council would be appropriate. And I guess my fellow council members, if they concur.
Councilmember Johnson?
I was gonna talk about something else. I was gonna talk about something else, so if Harrison wants feedback on that, go there first.
I don't think I necessarily understand the issue.
If one of the categories in here is something for a permanent naming right, semi-permanent, whatever we,
Let's call it 5 years.
5 years, put it on 5 years, and it's XYZ Corp. And that, that happens outside of the council's purview, oversight. And either it, we get that on a building, let's say, I'm assuming that's what we're talking about, is that, this is the XYZ Corp. Aquatic and Fitness Center.
Yeah, okay.
And either the public already doesn't have a good taste for that corporation, let's say, and so you put it up there and we get a lot of calls about that, or if there's some PR issue that company faces, 2.5 years into this 5-year contract, that now folks are coming in and telling us to remove that. I wouldn't want us to be in a situation where our hands are tied, where we can't really do anything for one of these things that causes an issue. And I think possibly, and the specific thing that I'm talking about here is having that council oversight on those permanent naming things. So if we're going to put, we're going to do this contract for 5 years on a building, for this XYZ Corp. That's what's happening. I would imagine that we might have an opportunity to say like, ooh, actually, I know that I don't know what it could be, right? But having that oversight, might be able to ask, I don't know, just having oversight, I think that makes sense.
So the first step of that is council will see everything that comes from the consultant. So you'll have that first bit of oversight. And then presuming you approve and there's nothing with that company that would cause concern, now that could change over years. So 2 or 3 years later, I hear you saying something changed with that company, we don't want to have our hands tied. So that would be handled through the agreement, and having the policy with the more specific language from the attorney will help us look back and say, well, you no longer meet this policy because of whatever occurred, and which would give the town, through council, then an opportunity to exercise an out clause, for lack of a better term.
Are we expecting that any of the semi-permanent naming would be purely staff?
Okay, no, I don't anticipate that.
I can't imagine. There's also language in this policy that the town manager has discretion to refer any sponsorship or naming rights proposal to town council for approval, because the town manager will have knowledge and information of all of these. And the policy is sort of written that way to give that liaison type support and notification really to council. One, so that it was written that way so that originally everything wouldn't necessarily have to come to you, but the information will come to you. And I think the town manager would know and have that insight from council as well of this probably needs to come forward maybe for some additional discussion kind of a thing. But Councilmember Johnson, then Councilmember Garamella, then Mayor Collins.
So I've got something else I want to talk about on this. I think that's why we have maybe that list that we just looked at of all the things that we know right now.
The non-permissible.
the
permissible
non-permissible permissible list. So that would be a good place to make sure we're comfortable with that, and we have thought of everything we can, and you're right, something's gonna come up, so, so to have somebody, you know, managers, at manager's discretion, and that's another level of kind of checking in, but then this thought of what happens mid-contract when something goes south. So I hear there's gonna be legalese where we can say you violated, but what if it's something that's not in our contract that they violated, some kind of PR nightmare? So it would be nice to have some kind of legal wording that gives us a little bit of wiggle room to say, you know, not only did you maybe violate our contract, but you've done something egregious that we can't tolerate, so we're gonna end this contract. And I don't, some lawyer has to figure that wording.
Well, so that may be in here. So in the section of the policy, can you pull up the policy again, please, Kimberly? To page 5, please. So in the section on permissible sponsors, which contains the list of impermissible sponsors, which we will fix. In number 2H, it says, as part of the things that the council can review and decline approval, any other subject matter that does not align with town of Morrisville's core values or is not deemed appropriate by the town manager and/or town council. So that's fairly generic language that you could apply to a circumstance that didn't fit a specific bullet. And then, of course, we would have to have reasons for that, and you would have reasons for that. And if it doesn't fit what you believe is appropriate, I think exercising that clause will allow us to take some action.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's important to have something there. And I wouldn't anticipate any of us here or future council or future staff are gonna end a contract for no good reason.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but to have that wiggle room is gonna be very important.
Does that section address your
Well,
concern?
Harrison brought it up. It's okay with me. Let's make sure it's okay with him.
I think I'm talking more about the front end of this, and I actually just thought of this. So all sponsorship opportunities procured by the town's consultant. What if there is an opportunity that is greater than this $29,000 threshold that does not come through the superlative group, and it is something like a permanent naming? How would that get handled?
Our contract is that we would refer it to them to do the negotiation and the agreement, so we follow that same process. If it comes through us, there's a different commission rate than if they develop the lead themselves. But that's in our agreement with superlative as to how both of those avenues get us into the same process.
I think as long as all the permanent naming stuff comes through council, I think I'm good with that.
Councilmember Gammon.
Yeah, I think there's a reason we pay all the big bucks to the staff. I feel they will do their due diligence before it comes to us, and they know our pulse, they know everything that we talk about and what we value. So I'll just leave it on them, because there's certain things they will not make mistake. It might be they could, but 99% of the time it's well thought before it comes to us. So that's how I look it up. It's more operations. Yes, if something blows up, there's obviously we have a communication staff to go back and rectify it. But I think that's how I look it up.
Thank you. And in the chart that we showed you before, we can add language that makes this very clear that anything that's a naming right would come to council. And then you'll see it all up front.
Yep.
And we can add that right to that chart.
Mayor Colley.
Yeah, I was just still reacting to Councilmember Kessling's concern or what he brought up. And the core values and stuff, is that just on the initial contract, or do we have explicit language that if we feel that that's no longer being met, we can exercise the out clause? and ask them in advance to give up any of their rights to fight that, so that we just sort of cover ourselves. So they know going in that if we feel that something bad has happened and it's damaging our reputation, we can just do it. We probably won't, but I don't want to get into litigation with them, and we can ask them to give up their right to fight it now.
Yeah, I would imagine we could add that to the agreement in that way, so that going in the future we could. And of course, we don't have an agreement in place yet to look back at it, which gives us the opportunity to develop it however
Right.
is in the town's best interest.
Yep. So I think it's good to think about protecting ourselves into the future. And changing the words of permanent to something else would be helpful too. In that way.
I have made myself a note to clarify permanent
This is a
naming.
good discussion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
Councilmember Johnson.
did either of you have anything else?
I did.
Yes. Yes.
I just want to go back to what Councilmember Garamella said about the marketing material, because we entered into a contract with them a while ago. So I'd like to know when we're going to receive some kind of marketing material that we can share with the public too. And clearly it will say, talk to them, because, but there needs to be something we can do too. And
So they're working on the draft. Part of what they want to see before it's finished is an approved policy.
And I realize that. Yeah.
And honestly, they're taking way, way too long. You know, this is almost a year when we started this, from RFP to selecting and then going through the whole cycle. I think they need to get there going, because it's not acceptable, to be honest, because it's a chicken and the egg kind of a thing. So do they, okay, we'll finish the policy today. Are they getting us 5 clients tomorrow? I'll push the same thing. That's the reason I'm saying, show me the money is basically. and honestly, it has to go quicker.
So respectfully, keep in mind that part of that delay was on us, in getting to the point of you being comfortable with the first approach to this before we could really even cut them loose. And then you agreed, as we move forward from that, to cut them loose while we brought you back to final policy. So they're working actively, and some of that delay is just we didn't let them get started as soon as that agreement was signed. We delayed that a little
When was
bit.
the agreement signed?
October.
October.
Potentially, but then we were also still waiting to bring this back to you. They have started work and they're actively working, but I just don't want to have it look like they haven't done anything since we talked to them after the RFP. They've been working.
The reason, Brandon, I bring it up, I potentially brought 2 major sponsors waiting for almost 2 years, and they may just walk away. Just because of 2 years, they don't care of our internal issues. The external people, they say, okay, this is an opportunity. I want to attach my name. After 2 years, they'll find someone else. So that's my concern about the whole delay. Including, I'm not saying we are part of it. I'm getting it.
Correct.
But for my external person, they don't care. They'll just move on.
Kimberly, if you can take us back to the presentation, sorry, thank you. So do I have a consensus here for what staff has proposed and laid out in the policy with a couple of tweaks that I've heard? We definitely want to clarify permanent naming. We want to add naming rights to that, the policy grid there on the last page. I'm seeing a couple of head nods. Okay.
Good.
Final discussion point incorporated within the policy, and this is the overall sort of addendum that we mentioned. We have the athletic sponsorship opportunities. We have all of our sponsorship levels, and this will be in that forward-facing document. Anything from in-kind contributions up to $29,999. This is referenced as the addendum, but forward-facing, this is our sponsorship guide. So is council supportive of the updated comprehensive policy for facility naming rights and sponsorship as we presented? So that's your policy, that's your addendum with the full sort of comprehensive list of what contributions could be. Again, given the few tweaks we've discussed here tonight.
See a few head
I
nods.
see a few head nods as well.
Okay.
All right.
There's consensus on that. Thank you.
Any additional questions anyone can think of at this moment? Okay. So with these couple of changes, we will get that worked out. The policy will be effective July 1. And we'll be able to get that out for staff to be able to use and for the public to be able to engage at this level with the town.
I would like to take the opportunity to thank Erin and her team, and then Cindy and Parks and her team as well. There was a lot of work that went into not only developing the policy, but the entire superlative process, and all of the evaluation on those things we've talked about before. Their teams have really worked very diligently to get to this point. So I thank them, and I thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thanks to the team. Good discussion on this. I think the policy is a little bit stronger because of tonight's discussion. Looking forward to it moving forward. Next is item 2B, Church Street Park updates. We welcome Cindy King, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources, to the table. And we're going to keep Assistant Manager Letney.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to share the guidelines for use of Church Street Park. If you recall, this was a request from Councilmember Garamella during a roundtable, for a roundtable item. Do you all have a copy of it? Okay. All right. As you can see, the purpose is to establish clear guidelines for the safe, equitable, and sustainable use of Church Street Park, including the cricket field for practices, matches, and community activities. This policy ensures the protection of park assets, supports community engagement, and maintains scheduling fairness. And you'll see 3 items that we outlined in the scope. Applies to all the leagues, teams, and individuals for using Church Street Park for cricket. And then special events requesting use of the space at Church Street Park. And then this also includes the shelters, practice pitches, parking lots, and all the associated amenities that are located at Church Street Park. We outlined just a general policy, which identifies authorized use, scheduling priority, capacity and safety, inclement weather. So the authorized use, the Church Street Cricket Park cricket field obviously is primarily reserved for cricket practice and matches as scheduled in official agreements. We heard you all, talk about that you wanted it to be open for other uses. So we do want to identify that, but we also did note uses that aren't allowed at Church Street Park. So like subletting and unauthorized use for non-league activities, and then use of unauthorized devices by other than the town of Morrisville is prohibited, such as fireworks and pyrotechnics. Specialized event use at Church Street Park will be determined on a case-by-case, and town staff will review all requests and determine whether the proposed activity is appropriate for the park. And then you'll see that the factors that may prohibit non-cricket use include, but are not limited to, you'll see that what we're trying to do is we're trying to protect our asset. That's our primary goal here. We're putting a lot of money into this park, into the green space, and we do want to protect, what it looks like as far as the field goes. As far as scheduling and priority, contracts with the town of Morrisville for Church Street Park Field or amenity use will take priority over all other requests. All other requests will be handled on a case-by-case, and I mentioned that earlier. Athletics does have priority use of the field, and then non-athletic requests will be reviewed for potential impacts to the field. And again, just protecting that asset. And that includes the impact on the facility schedule and staff-related workloads. We have identified that we do want renters to request the rental space special event dates at Church Street Park no later than March 31st. But that's not to say that we would not consider anything that came in after that. And again, that would be a case by case, and cricket takes priority. As far as capacity and safety, the events must comply with shelter and park capacity limits, and then non-athletic event use of the cricket field may be considered, but additional measures may be required to minimize adverse impact and/or prevent damage. So again, protecting that asset. I won't go into the inclement weather. This is standard across the board for when people rent any of our spaces. And then going into the procedures, field condition, again, protecting the field, avoiding activities that may damage the turf, the infrastructure, or other town property. Obviously, no heavy equipment, and then just asking that they comply with any directions or requirement of town staff. And then, like any of our spaces, we have a standard reservation process, and then the compliance and enforcement. Of course, we have that just like any of our other spaces. So that concludes kind of the guideline outline. Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi?
I think it's fine as far as it goes under compliance and enforcement to say that violations of this policy, which is for people that have rented the space, violations will result in suspension of field privileges as well as financial, civil, criminal liability. But I also think that we should specify that any unauthorized use of the space will result in financial, civil, or criminal liability if there's any damage to the field. I mean, I really think we need to make that crystal clear, because I can't recall that we've had a problem with someone that had legitimately rented the field. So, this policy is great, thank you for putting it together, but I'm not sure that addresses the problem that we've actually had. So I think we should maybe add some language there.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson?
Oh. Thank you. I would just like to remind everyone that this field is a community taxpayer, funded space, and it was a multi-purpose field. It has evolved into a cricket field, but it remains a taxpayer space. And I was one of the council members that wanted this to remain available to our community and not restricted so that only cricket can go there, because then we have to do full cost recovery, because the taxpayer should not be penalized for this tax-funded space when they're not able to enjoy it. With that said, we invested in lights so that we could have better things, but most importantly, we invested in a better drainage system, because I was always told we can't have anybody there because the drainage is so bad, and every time someone walks on it, after it rains, it rips up the field. But we're fixing that, so this field that is multi-purpose, paid by taxpayers, should be more rugged, and we should be able to have better usage or expanded usage for communities. So, that's my position on the use of the field. I don't even see an example or know of an example of anybody using it for other than cricket. I would like to see some scenarios or some cases where we can offer them so that people are, understanding the guidelines. And if we don't want them to do certain things, for goodness sakes, why don't we just put a sign on the lawn saying, examples of prohibited uses, fireworks, this, that, and the other thing. People don't know necessarily what's prohibited, because they're not going to go into the town website, go look for policy. I can't find the policies easily. I have to do keyword searches several times. But if you're physically at the field and you see a sign, questions, call this number or whatever, then I think people would respect and understand that. People want to just go and throw a ball. There are not a lot of places in our town where we can just throw a baseball or throw, something to play. We have a playground, but yet there's not a lot of green space and open space. So I caution us over-regulating this so that we paint it into so many restrictions that we're not able to have a public amenity anymore. It becomes a private rental. Thank you.
She took a lot of my points, it's okay. But it's okay. I'm looking from a different angle. If this document is put on our website, it says guidelines to use Church Street Park, cricket field, and other amenities. I want to run a tournament or a league at Church Street Park. Okay. The amount of ambiguity that has been put on all these things is so hard that people who want to come legitimately are like walking away. We have seen examples like NCL and other things. The dates that we have putting it's fine. Like by March 31st, you have to give it, but we struggle to get the dates from Major League. Are they giving us the dates, exact dates? They're like last time, they basically pushed it. Brandon, correct me, how, like they were not giving us dates, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
We were not getting dates from the Major League, when their tournaments would be played.
So we have had challenges in the past with getting ACE to provide dates. They have provided dates this year for minor league. We also have sort of a hold of sorts for the potential for Major League because they have some events that are scheduled in Los Angeles, but we are not confident. I don't believe they are confident that field will be ready. So there is a chance, and please don't take that for anything other than an outside chance, that we believe we're the backup to Los Angeles if that should fall through. But we do have dates for minor league cricket this year, and they did comply with our requirements this year.
So are you saying after putting $2 million of lights there, we are a backup now?
We are a backup for Major League Cricket for this season. We believe that they will return once we have the lights and the upgraded field conditions where they don't have to deal with losses of days at a time when they schedule a tournament.
Okay, and that's interesting. Okay, but a third party who wants to do it, it's becoming very hard to book these things. And that is one thing I also wanted to add in the fee structure that is coming later in the budget is I can write a check. I want to have a league there. That's all I will do is I'll write a check. Rest all, charge me for whatever it takes, but I don't have to deal with each and every person there. I don't see that kind of a fee structure anywhere because simple thing, you have to go talk to the neighbors. You have to basically find out how many police you want. You have to find out the public versus trash, the transportation and all these things. It's putting so much burden on the person who really wants to do it that we are losing economic development dollars for even coming into it. So a fee structure by just saying that this is the fees for renting, and if you want all hands on deck from our side, this is our fees. Just write a check, and we'll take care of the rest.
And we do have a fee structure. I think what you're referring to may fall into our overall arching town permitting when it goes into a special event, and we have that tier 1, tier 2. So that is outside of Parks and Recreation. That falls into the permitting and planning.
How would I know? I get what you're saying, but for me, I'll read this document, use of Church Street to even start the document, And
yeah, and they come with Commerce. And so if you are interested in doing a league at Church Street Park, you would start with the Parks and Recreation Department. And that's where we would determine whether the field space is available, what you're looking at. And we kind of ask all this, and we do this with any special event that's renting Cedar Point District Park or MCP. We go through the process of asking all those questions. What are you having? You know, we have to identify what's happening in order to guide you into the right direction.
And why are the dates not published, you know, in a calendar somewhere? Because they're like always,
The dates that the space is available?
yes,
It should be on it should be on the
Not-
website in ActiveNet.
not on Church Street and others now.
Okay, I'll check on
No,
that.
like, not the major ones, I don't
It-
see at all.
And it may be because we do have user groups outside of, like, we have TCL, some of the cricket groups that are already in contracts that I think they started, we usually try to have those contracts in by December, but I think we finished those up in February, March this year. So that may be a reason that
No, no,
the
which-
open
which-
dates are not there.
Now, which is fine, like, you know, TCL wants to block it, so be it. You know, someone wants to block it, so be it. But what are the free dates? You know, if someone wants to even think about it, it's basically, they have to send an email and, you know, after a couple of days, they'll say, what is the thing that you're having? Will it be open? So it's too much back and forth, like a dashboard that clearly talks about, is it open or not? It's up to the staff to decide to give it or not. That's a different based on the use, but at least people should be able to see which days are open before they lose like several days
Yeah.
in communicating.
Understood, yeah.
And I go back to what Vicky was talking about is especially authorized use and then factors that may prohibit non-use. The language is so attorney buttered, you know, and ambiguous that anyone can use any clause to basically say, sorry, we will not allow you. It's not clear cut on that.
It's difficult to anticipate any or every potential use and then capture it. So some of the generic language helps us to work with a potential renter and determine what are they going to do, what's the impact going to be, how do we get to a point where we can make this event successful for everyone and still value the park itself. So in that case, most people are going to reach out anyway, and they're going to say, I want to have this use or this event or so on, and then we get the details.
Yeah.
And then we work through that, understanding your intent of this being a community asset.
And my last point would be, we are spending a lot of money on drainage. We want this ground to be as rugged as possible. I always use the example of Wembley. You'll have an Elton John concert, and next day they're having a soccer match, you know, and vice versa. Went to Lenovo Center, the WakeMed had something, they had something underneath the ice rink on top. They did it. So they could easily say, oh, you could damage the ice and we can't have, you know, the Stanley Cup final or whatever it is, like, you know. But they are making it rugged, so I feel we are investing in it. The part of the investment is to make these grounds more rugged. And what does it take? You know, Public Works can go and figure out how to make it more robust than anything. And that is more important. We can't be always saying that, oh, our grounds may not be playable for the next match on this one. They're giving us the big bucks, we're investing big bucks, so.
Sure. And that's one of the goals of the field renovation project, is to make sure that is dealt with, so it can be played the next day or a few hours after rain, that kind of thing, because it will be a more ruggedized surface. It still works for the game itself.
I'm not sure if it was Councilmember Patel or Kessling.
So I'd written it down before Councilmember Garamella had talked about this being, needs to be a more rugged amenity. It's a fragile amenity, right? It's, I think of it, I wrote this down as well, it's a, bull in the china shop, right? All right, the bull can go into the china shop, but, we try to put guardrails on that. But effectively, it's a fragile amenity. My one concern is the compliance and enforcement, that there would be criminal liability for damages. Can you help me understand why there would be criminal liability for damages?
Intentional damage is criminal in nature. If someone goes with the intent to damage the field for whatever reason, you know, they're driving a truck on there to put stuff off and they're doing donuts as they pull out, that kind of thing.
But that would apply to pretty much all parts.
Yeah.
Correct, but we, again, in the legal language of these things, it's to put people on notice that their activity can have consequences. And those consequences generally can be civil or criminal in nature. What they are is going to depend on the circumstances specific to whatever the damage happens to be. And we hope no one's going to intentionally damage property, but, you know, we've had damage there in the past. It wasn't intentional, but we had to work through who was responsible for what and get the town reimbursed for what was a significant dollar amount because the use was not appropriate. Trucks were being driven in places they should never have been driven, and that caused damage. Now, that wasn't criminal in nature, but it certainly was civil.
Yeah, I think civil makes sense. But I'd hate to see, criminal charges for someone that made an unintended error while using this field.
And there wouldn't be because there's no intent in that scenario.
But that would have to be determined in a court of law, right?
Potentially, but generally the police are going to investigate and they'll determine if it rises to being a violation of a law that they would bring probable cause to a magistrate or not. And if it's clearly accidental in nature, then they're not going to do that.
Would there be criminal liability if generating from this policy? So if you don't follow the policy, you
No.
criminally charged.
No.
Councilmember Patel.
So, along the lines of what Councilmember Kathleen was talking about, in the criminal charges language for intentional damage of property, that should be applicable to any town-owned property, not just Church Street Park, right? So it should be just general language, not specific to Church Street Park, I'm assuming. And also, if we could keep a list of events that we do not approve or reject due to the concerns of potential field damage, that would be helpful assessing the revenue lost or potential revenue it would generate if we get decided to spend money to improve the fields or do something. So you can hold, as Councilor Garimola was saying, you can hold event tonight and tomorrow somebody can play. So when we discuss those kind of improvements, we want some some idea of what kind of revenues we will generate from it. And then there was one more item. In the under general policy and authorized use, you have stated that some of the events will be basically at staff discretion. Could you give us an example of what kind of events will staff approve?
Examples of events that staff would approve? That would be just a discussion with the staff, Public Works. It would be just general discussion.
No, not the discussion, just example of events that after all those discussions.
Like Kite Festival, for instance. That might be one that we put at Church Street Park if they're interested. Is that what you're looking for? Yeah, currently we have a lot of non-town special events that rent our facilities. So any of those would be eligible, if you will, for discussion.
And a couple of examples, something that we would not approve.
I don't have any that we wouldn't approve right now, because there may be measures that we have to put in place depending on the use of the field. Again, we want to protect, or, what, like,
Yes, absolutely.
Garamella was telling us that, Lenovo Center puts whatever over the ice. Well, there's probably something there protecting the ice before they put something over it, So we may ask for certain stipulations to be put in place before we allow it.
Something that we would not, most likely not approve. And it's dependent upon what the event organizer wants to do. So what's included in their event. So for example, if they wanted to put up like a wedding style tent that would hold 200 people, those tents drive stakes very far into the ground. And that kind of thing could damage irrigation system. So for example, the event would be okay, that piece of it would not. So we would have to look at, what are they trying to accomplish? Okay, they want shelter for a certain number of people. How do we get to that solution without doing any damage to the field? And maybe it's not what they think initially, they want to put this big tent up and drive stakes in the ground. Maybe it's something else that we could offer. So it's not event specific, it's activity specific, and what would potentially be appropriate or not appropriate because it may cause damage.
Like, for instance, we had somebody out there that had put up a volleyball net one day, and they had the stakes in the ground, so our Parks Facilities aide asked them to take it down because we do have a sprinkler system on the field.
Right. Is this application an online process?
It is.
So perhaps we can, or maybe, I'm assuming that we may have questions, whether they would have something like that in their plans. If somebody is planning to put up a tent that will require stakes in the ground.
Yes, yes, once they get to, depending on if it gets to the special event permitting process, there are questions in regards to tents and everything. We try to vet as many of the questions as possible when it comes to the field rental or the space rental. And then, if there's some things that don't come out during our questions, it may come out during the special event permitting process. So yes.
But if we can have some list of what we absolutely won't allow, that way somebody can just review it and decide to apply or not apply, instead of going through half the process and then realizing that they won't be able to do something.
Could I?
Right.
Councilmember Patel, I think one thing to consider would be if you look at what is in section 1, the third bullet point, factors that may prohibit non-cricket use. I think that's a start at that list of, if you intend to do this, we're probably not going to allow you to use the park. I think it's really challenging to try to create a list that addresses specific examples of this event is not allowed, because to Cindy's point, it really depends what they're doing within the event. There's no event that we go, oh, we don't want that. We don't gauge events based on, what they're trying to do, but it's really hard to say this can't happen or this can happen until we get some of those details in the application.
That I do agree, but what I'm saying is, for example, the bullet point 3 you're referring to may cause damage to facility infrastructure. We can perhaps give some examples of what that is, right? So, stakes in the ground. That somebody may think that just because I'm playing volleyball and putting in small stakes in the ground, that may not cause the damage. I put it everywhere else and it doesn't cause damage. But we can perhaps mention something like that in details that may help.
We can think through that and add the most common things, like,
Right.
That's
I don't think we can cover, I agree. I don't think we can cover every potential item that can cause damage, but at least the ones we know and are common. I think that's it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rabati?
So I think the important thing to keep in mind is that the policy is intended to put brackets, guidelines around what the uses are. It's not to keep people from using the park or to keep people from renting the park, but there are reasonable limitations. Like, I think not being allowed to put up a stage on the cricket field would be very reasonable. I think that not being able to drive a vehicle on the field at all would be reasonable. I think not putting bouncy houses on there would be reasonable. So and not because, I'm an ogre or I don't want people to use the field, but because, like you said, I mean, we just pumped $2 million into this field. And so let's not put a bouncy house on there or like a wedding tent and destroy the irrigation system. It really is just common sense. And if people want to use the field and they can abide by the strictures that will keep the field safe, then that's fine. So I don't specifically see, I mean, the policy is intended anyway to be general, right? I don't think that I think starting like a list of the things in the policy, I've never thought stuff like that was a good idea because these things change. Something isn't on the list because nobody's ever tried it before. But so, somebody will come along and go, well, it mentions fireworks and pyrotechnics, but it doesn't say that I can't bring a dump truck on there. So, I think it's a bad idea to start being real specific in the policy. So if you want to be specific in the rules, that's a different thing. The rules should be specific, and I hope that we're going to come up with rules, and I hope they're going to be available to the public, and I hope that, to Satish's point, I wish that it was easier to get to the place where you rent a park on the website. Like, I still have to search for that for ages. And I think that it really should be like right on the website page where you're looking at the park, rent this park. Yeah, I think that would be just faster and easier. But to my point, I don't think that a lot of specificity in the policy is desirable. I think that that should be in a separate document in the rules, maybe link it from the policy, something like that. But I don't think we should get too specific in the policy. And I do think that we should protect the field, maybe even more than we protect the other fields because we've invested so much money in it. Like if you want a stage or you want a stage or you want a wedding tent, we love you, come to Morrisville. But you can't do it on the cricket field. I think that's fair.
And what happens in practice now is much like you're talking about, when people tell us what it is they want to do, they fill out the special event process, they put everything in there and it gets staffed through all the appropriate departments. There may be a better option that they can be steered to because they don't know our amenities like we do. And if they want to put a stage and they want to do a certain number of people or whatever, we may direct them to, well, you want MCP, but Cedar Fork's probably a better place for your event to be successful. Let's work with you on that. And we continue to do that on a regular basis.
Councilmember Kessling.
So I feel like having an explicit list somewhere, maybe not in this policy, but somewhere that we know that can be shared. Like you said, staff knows more about these assets than the public does. And for this particular asset, it's a very unique one at that. And I can foresee more issues if we're not explicit about what's prohibited on the field. I think having a list of those prohibitions, like the stakes, like the vehicles, a lot of that stuff would make it very clear to people renting this field that this is not allowed. You can, because they might give that information to, hey, we got to get, we're approved, we got to get this thing set up, and this person, this volunteer, ends up driving a truck onto the field to get whatever task is done. Hey, get this task done. Oh, and by the way, don't do any of this stuff. I think that would be useful for to help protect the field, because I foresee kind of issues kind of cropping up. It's like, oh, we didn't know that we weren't supposed to do that. So that's and also This, this third bullet here, the grammar is a little bit funny.
Which one?
Factors that may prohibit non-cricket use include but are not limited to may cause damage to the field.
It's a lot of negatives.
Well, you have may twice. Correct. That's, I noticed that earlier. Councilman Patel brought it up. Or was,
Actually, Councilman Kathleen just covered what I was about to say, so. Good, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
So I'm fully supportive of protecting this asset. I understand that, I get all that. I just, and you don't have to answer, but I just want to make sure that we're not putting a policy like this in place so that we can reject applications to use the park. I want to make really clear that that would make me upset if we are continually rejecting applications that want to come into the park and that we're not working with them to make sure that their event happens wherever it needs to happen. And the people sitting in this room, you're all saying the right things, but we're not the people that are going to execute this. And so I want to make crystal clear again, the execution of this is really what matters. So, and this has not been, what we're talking about here has not been executed this way in the past. And you know, John, you and I had a conversation about this, about somebody that wanted to schedule a walk in this park, and they were not offered alternatives. They were just told no. So that to me is really unacceptable. And so if we're going to now put a policy in place, we need to make sure that we can be very customer friendly and work with our customers, whoever they are. So that's number one. The question I have about the scheduling of the priority, I don't have a problem with that, of athletic events have a priority. And I can see if two applications come in at the exact same time wanting the same weekend, but when that doesn't happen, I would hope that we're not going to say no because we're going to save this weekend or this month for an athletic event that may come up. So if they kind of come in at the same time and they're, you know, all things are equal, but I'm not sure, you know, that would make me very unhappy too, if we're turning people away because we think some athletic event's going to come along. So I just want to state that too. And this notion about the criminal charges, I get all that too, but before we go down that road, why aren't we working with folks to make them pay for the damage they've done? Why do we have to go to a criminal charges and, you know, along that line? Like, I think, you know, I don't know, that just, I don't like that, and at the same time, I get it. There are reasons, but I think we need to work with people. And I'd like us to be known as a town that works with folks before we take a hammer. And that's it. That's all I need to say right now. Thank you.
Yeah, regarding the capacity, I think we need to be very explicitly state that, like, again, good point. If someone is renting a shelter, it is only the shelter. They can't use the Church Street Cricket Park, you know, because it's only theirs. And if someone is using a shelter and using, like, the walks, you know, what is the park capacity limits? It's a open question. You know, what is the shelter capacity? Because last time I remember the reason they were rejected, the Kiran, was the number of people coming were more than the capacity of what shelter could take. That was not the right approach, I would say, because shelter has certain purpose and people are not inside the shelter. They're just using it as a harbor and then going for a walk.
Was this at Church Street?
Yes.
Normally what happens, and off the top of my head, I'm not sure what the capacity is at the northern lot. But normally what happens is if somebody calls us and they tell us that their capacity is a certain amount and it's over what our capacity is for the shelter, we will say, it sounds like you need additional space. We would ask them to rent the field space at that point. We do the same at MCP.
I think you should not allow that, because the reason I say when you're allowing the field space, then you're opening up can of worms. They could do anything and everything. You just say you can use the sidewalks and move on, because you're just opening up more issues for you than, if you're like a 5K, for example, shelter the concrete slab around it, and then you path wherever they're going out of, Greenway. That is easy. When they're renting fields, some kid could go and do anything there. You're opening up more issues.
So can I ask a clarifying question? So Councilmember Scroggins Johnson mentioned that, she wanted to see space for throwing the ball or whatever. Let's say that we have a 10-year-old birthday party out there and they want to do a game of kickball. So they've already exceeded the capacity for the shelter. Are you saying we shouldn't allow them to utilize the field space now?
The field space is an open ground, That's my philosophy. A ground is a ground, which is public, and they are not utilizing the full ground. It is just people will walk over the field just to, socialize, and they're not there. Like the permit that they're asking is for a 5K. They're not asking for a field ball or like playing volleyball. That's a different thing. So I'm telling actually to have more control by not allowing them. So at least you can say, hey, this is the only purpose is used, and you're out of that. Instead of giving them more options that they can potentially damage in some form or shape, is what I'm telling you. I don't know if we're good.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Actually, something that Liz said, Councilmember Johnson said, started me thinking, like, do we need a separate policy for the cricket field, or why can't we just put these items in the overall policy, in the policy that governs park usage, and just say, certain, like put this thing about the authorized uses of the cricket field, cricket field may not be available for all uses, maybe the reason we're getting like kind of wrapped around the axle on this is that maybe we don't need all of this. Like maybe we don't need a whole policy call out. Maybe this should just be part of the overall park rental policy. And also I had an idea, and I just want to tell it to you before I forget it, but it doesn't actually have anything to do with this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. I think it would be great if you wanted to rent a park, I think it'd be awesome if there was a form that you could complete, like just check off, does your event have more than 500 people? Does your event need trucks on the field? Does your event need, whatever? And then it just spits out the best park for your use. And then there's no oh, we want to do it at, we want to do it at Church Street. Church Street isn't the best park for your use. This is the best park for you. Sometimes Church Street might be the best park for your use. You could even put a date in there and get back the available parks. So
I love that.
yeah, I think you could do that whole thing with AI, frankly.
I'm sorry.
I think you could do that whole thing with AI. I don't even think
Oh,
you
yeah.
need to I don't even think you'd need to populate it yourselves or anything, or keep it up to date, like just.
I think it was Councilmember Patel and then Council.
No, it was Councilmember Scroggins Johnson first.
Okay.
I do really appreciate a lot of the comments and thoughtful feedback from the council members, because it brings up even more issues. First shout out though is having a central policy with a sub area specifically calling out Church Street Park is
Don't we have
probably
a
a good
park rental
idea.
policy?
I don't, you know.
I thought we did.
Yeah, but, and the idea about kind of, you know, which park is best for you. When you're designing something like that, you inevitably know, you know, as a designer, and the town staff would know what scenario fits which park. My question and several of the questions from the council is, what scenario actually works besides a cricket game or a cricket field rental for cricket? I don't know. I haven't really heard yet a good example. A birthday party that has 100 people is an example of somebody wanting to rent the shelter so that they could have birthday cake and maybe have some kids play, free play. Not with a bouncy house, but maybe just free play, you know, play tag or whatever on a robust irrigated field. That's an example of, would that fit in the if-then kind of scenario? Maybe, but 100 people definitely wouldn't fit under the shelter at Church Street Park at this point. You couldn't get 100 people standing up in that area, but yet, could you have an event of 100 people? An event for a walk, the organizers sit in the shelter, and there's some free space for people that need to sit, but not everybody is going to be using the shelter for the walk. They're gonna check in, they're gonna get their tags, they're gonna get the route, and then they're gonna leave. So to me, I would be okay if they walked on the field as part of that walking experience, but. Or on the track, right, exactly. But yet you wouldn't have all the participants under the shelter as a count for the safety. So I think we really need to get a little more detail on what does work, because it's very ambiguous, and have it so subjective to have staff review and staff have a conversation. I still don't have a good feel for what does work. I've heard the stories of what doesn't work from the constituent base, and that disappoints me, because I think that we need to have more what does work as well. So again, we need some use cases, we need to understand the use of a shelter, we need to know what is safe for our investment, but yet also allow people to walk. You know, maybe that 100-person birthday party rents the shelter and they're encouraged to use a pass only kind of thing. Or, you know, there can be rules that could further restrict that. Now, sometimes when you have a large policy and you have a subsection of restrictions, that you have to up-version that policy every time you change it, so there could be a little bit of chasing. But yet, having a subsection of the Church Street Park would keep the alignment and standardization of policies across our park system. So that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, a lot of good ideas and different viewpoints being thrown around today. In the age of AI, we can probably have some type of workflow created. First thing you'll have to do is sit down and have a brainstorming, not us, but staff, have a brainstorming session, come up with everything you can think of, make a list, and then go from there and create some type of online form where people can easily pick what they want to do and decide whether this park is good for them or not, or the activity they are planning to engage in will be approved. It shouldn't. And we use Microsoft 365. I'm sure Microsoft had tools like Power Automate or something.
Copilot.
Well, Copilot is for AI, but there are tools for automation, like Power. Agent, yes. So that would allow you to easily build something that will be intuitive, user-friendly, and actually it will take time to build, but once it's built, you'll probably have much more time to deal with some more important things. I like, talked about the online forums, but, Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, having separate policy for cricket field. And I like that idea. That way you can treat the rest of the, Church Street Park just as any other park in the town. But how about basketball courts and tennis courts? Do we, yes, they don't easily get damaged, but when somebody rents the shelter, is it understood that people may use those facilities as well?
Yes,
All right, I think that's all I have.
thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you all for your time, I appreciate it. Mayor Colley?
Yeah, I think that the policy is put forth is good, and you guys are gonna, you have the subject matter knowledge, you've experienced all the different events, you've been on the ground, so I think that you guys are gonna make good decisions and steer people to the right place, and tell them no if the field's gonna get damaged, but I think you're gonna be really good about putting them to a field like MCP, which it's a little bit more robust. It's not something that we need to have for outside people coming in for cricket events and stuff like that. So thank you very much for putting all this together. Really great discussion. Lots of great points were brought up. And hopefully you guys have what you need.
I think so.
We do, thank you.
Yeah, thank
So
you all.
what's next steps?
Next steps?
Yep.
We will analyze all this, put it into readable format, and then I'll get with staff and see what the next steps will be as far as what goes into action.
Okay.
And we'll look at specific rules and and we'll look at what, maybe some examples of what would be an event that would work or a use that would work. And that, you know, maybe we can come up with something that at least gives some guidance to people looking at, yeah, that'll work here, or no, it won't because of whatever.
Yeah, give them a general idea, a flavor, customer facing, whether or not it's appropriate. Okay, very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We good to keep going for one more, the roundtables, and then we'll take a break after that? You want a break now? Is 10 minutes enough? Councilmember Scoggins-Johnson, that'd be fine? Why don't we take 10 minutes? Let's all please reconvene at 7:48. Okay, we are back in session. We're going to look at item 2C now, which is council roundtable discussion. I'll recognize Giselle Rodriguez, Deputy Town Manager, to help facilitate this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council. We have 6 new items for roundtable discussion tonight. And we also have provided you with a summary of the previously presented roundtable items as well, that if you have any questions on those, we can certainly cover that after we discuss these new items. So as we have done in previous time, the sponsor for the item will present the item, and then we will hear from council to determine next steps. So we will start with Mayor Pro Tem Rabati. She has 2 items. So Mayor Pro Tem Rabati, you can present one item first and then the other one. Thank you.
My 2 items, as specified in the roundtable rules, will take us 10 minutes. Okay, so I think we should have a little library in Shiloh Park. There's a little library in most of the other parks, and they're very popular. I put books in there all the time, and they are gone always. So I think that there should be one in Shiloh Park. If you want to scroll all the way over to the right, Giselle, this is where this one gets controversial. But I'm happy to donate the materials, but I think it would be a really nice council activity if we painted it and built it together. I think that would just be really cool. And we haven't done an activity like all together for a while, and I think it would be fun.
Too many cooks.
No, not too many cooks.
I'll be the bad man.
Okay.
Good luck getting us all on a date, on the same day.
No, you do the left side.
The beautiful thing about this item is that it's not time-bound. We could schedule it in October. See, right? Okay.
So let me follow up on that before you move into the next one. So is the next, seems like everybody gave a thumbs up, so is the intent to then do the next one? Your suggestion was that council would just get together and paint it. So is this a council item? What is requested of staff?
I don't think there's anything requested of staff on this
Okay.
one.
Okay, that sounds good. And I would say,
Oh, except, Giselle, if you could just somebody could let me know what like if you guys could scope out a location for it, that would be super helpful. You know, rather than like we just go in and pick somewhere and put a stake in the ground.
Councilmember Harrison. Kathleen.
I didn't have my sign up, so.
What? Okay, sorry, I felt like you like kind of raised your hand. Okay, so a follow up on that one real quick, and I would say thank you to Matt. I apologize. Go ahead. There's a lot of stuff here. Can you get your mic on?
Can you give me just like some idea of what this is? Is this an outdoor?
It is, so what it is it's an outdoor, if you think of a birdhouse on a stand, it's much like that, except that it's larger and it fits books in it. And the idea is that anyone in the community can put books in there, and anyone in the community can take books out. And you don't have to return them, you just take them. They're just there. Like I said, I put books in the ones that we currently have all the time, and they are snapped up.
I'm assuming it's under some type of shelter to protect it from
Nope.
weather, no?
It is a shelter.
Oh, it
Yeah.
itself is, so it doesn't
Yeah.
get wet
It's
when it
enclosed.
rains or anything? Okay,
Yeah, so it's got
okay.
like a shelf in the middle usually, and then sides, and then, oh, Giselle's got pictures.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, there's a door, yeah.
I don't have it up there.
It's protected from the elements
Yeah.
Yep.
to the best.
Thank you to Matt. Matt make sure that I had enough information on this one. We currently have 6 little libraries. Some of them were donated by the Eagle Scouts, some of them were donated by Doc and C. One of the challenges that I will share with you is that we are having a challenge of keeping these little libraries stocked. While some individuals may put some books, they remain empty for a good period of time. So in addition to the little libraries being donated, and as a part of the sponsorship, the stewardship program, Public Works oversees that donation, then it's turned over to the town, And Public Works had to do multiple book drives to try to fill them up, but we collect very little number of books to restock them. So a lot of times we see them empty because there's not enough book to put in them. So that's definitely one of the concerns, is having one more, then we certainly don't want to put them out there to remain empty. So I think it's something we just need to be mindful of, that definitely if we want to have them out there, then we need to find opportunities to then keep them stocked. Any other questions? Councilmember Kesley?
I had a question about where have the existing little libraries come from? You answered that with what you're talking about. I am surprised to hear that staff stocks the little libraries.
The intent is that the public will stock them, but they have remained empty for a long period of time. So as part of one of the volunteer opportunities that staff has done with other staff is do some book drives to see if we can kind of get enough books to stock them. The pile of books was too small to be able to stock them all.
I'll put that, Giselle, on a future roundtable item, but I think that I could get us, I had no idea that some of them were staying empty. So I think I could run some book drives at Cisco and get those things filled for the year real quick.
Definitely appreciate that for sure. Any other questions?
I think it is.
Kesley?
I didn't know it. I'm so many people.
I think I had Councilmember Scroggins Johnson first, and then Councilmember Johnson.
First of all, I didn't know.
Apologize.
I didn't know, I was first. I didn't know staff was contributing, but most importantly, I don't know where all the little books
Library?
they are. I think that this would be a great communication opportunity, explaining what it is to the public through outreach on social media and so forth. But then it should also be on the website, accessible to say, find a little library and, kind of click through and you can donate, or what does it all mean? Because not everybody does know what it is, and that might be why it's empty, is that people don't understand the sharing concept in the community kind of idea. Thanks.
I definitely see that as a good opportunity for, as the roundtable item remains a council item, I think that is a component of staff that we can definitely do. And what I will do is, Matt gave me a list of the locations of these libraries. I will go ahead and email that to you all, so we don't take any more time on this, on me going through the list. I will send that to you. It has pictures, they label them, and you're able to see that. Councilmember Garimella.
For every place, if we can all work together to keep a box.
To keep a what?
Like a small box, a drop box, because there could be multiple copies. There could be some which are not relevant to the kids. So we can.
Kids, just for the.
Okay, it is for everyone. So like, once the Dropbox has it, we can ask the volunteers, the doc-NC, or you can say they're like our Morrisville youth, whatever we have it, leadership and those kind of people to sort it and ensure on a weekly or a monthly basis that they are going and filling up these things. I don't think staff needs to go behind doing all of these things. This is like pretty low level for their precious time.
I do feel like we're maybe just a tad off topic for this specific item, which is the addition of the Shiloh Park little library. But I'll take all ideas for book drives. I think it'd be great if staff did some social media and told us where it could go, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson? So all I was going to say is I know some of them, and I can't remember all of them, but I know some of them say free, take one, leave one, whatever. Maybe that needs to be a requirement on them, so that helps educate the public that walks by them to what's going on here. And then, yeah, I'm sorry, I have to say this. This should not be staff's problem to solve. This is a community benefit or whatever. This is meant for the community to be involved. So, I would tell you, leave them empty. Let the community say, why has that been empty for the last 6 months when I walk by here? It's supposed to be for us to be engaged. So I would tell you all to stop doing it, because that's not the intent of a community, little library, so.
Thank you for the discussion. Nope, apologize, Councilmember Patel.
So, what is that? So, I'm sure this was considered, but are we okay with, legally speaking, I know there is a lot of push against certain types of books in libraries, and that it doesn't impact this kind of initiatives, right?
Yeah, so little libraries are self-policing. If someone put a book in there that was inappropriate, the first person that came along and saw it would throw it in the garbage. They're self-policing, and they're not, strictly speaking, they're not town-owned. Like, once it's there, we have them on town property, but they're not town-owned. I can't believe staff has been filling them all this time. A little library is a specific program. It's like a literacy and readership program. So there's no legal issue for the town, because it's not town property. It's the property of, I guess, the Girl Scouts or Dock and Sea or whoever built it, but really it's just an asset.
Who would pay for that?
I will. I'm going to donate the materials.
Okay, yeah, done.
Mayor Colley.
So we were really good. We gave thumbs up after 1 minute, and it's 10 minutes later.
We got to yes, and then we talked for another.
So let's try to keep the intent of the roundtable, which is give staff direction to go, let them go.
Okay. All right. So, Carrie, my second stable homes in Morrisville item is that Carrie just had a situation where there were people in a mobile home park, and a developer, they rent the trailer, they don't rent the property. The property was sold to a developer, and those people were told that they had to leave. There was 140 people. Carrie put together, so when that happens, you would think that people would be able to sell the trailer, they can't. They're literally left with nothing, and sometimes they have to pay up to $20,000 to have the trailer removed from that property. So they end up with nothing. And what I propose is that if that happens in Morrisville, we do have some people that are in land that will eventually be part of the town center, but my thought is that if that happens in Morrisville, a lot of those people have been here a really long time, and I think that we should expand I think it would be appropriate, if that happens, to expand the rental assistance program to include those people being able to be a part of it, so that they would be eligible for the down payment or whatever assistance that we're offering to town employees. I just feel like that is a very specific micro situation that we should think about. Carrie ponied up $880,000 for their 140 families that were displaced. And it's a special situation because they are literally left with nothing.
Councilmember Johnson.
I'm not sure we have the same situation as Carrie. I'm not saying we don't either. I'm not 100% sure.
We definitely don't. They had 140 people in a big park. We have people on land that they don't own, that they've just parked their trailers on.
So that's what that's my question, do we? And the reason I say that is because Patty Cheng reminded me when she came, and remember she did our public comment where she gave us a little history of Morrisville. And there was a time when there was a mobile park here in Morrisville. And the Walton family, Tet Walton, who was the first female elected official in the town of Morrisville, she and her husband, Bo, subdivided their land and sold parcels so that they could move their trailers.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm not sure anybody, I don't know. I guess that's my question. I don't know if anybody's even in that situation. If they are, let's have a conversation. But I think from my understanding, which things have changed over years, that they actually were sold those parcels so they could own their trailer and the land.
I literally feel so much better now. So then my ask would be if staff could just see if we have that situation in Morrisville, then we can talk about this again.
I totally agree with that. Yeah.
Any other questions? Thumbs up, down?
It's kind of table like
It's kind of,
You've been asked to check.
Staff's gonna,
Staff's been asked to check.
we're gonna check.
yeah, if anybody's in that kind of,
Non-ownership.
right. I don't know.
That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Councilmember Castling.
Yes, so we have the compost now, lockable compost containers in 3 of our parks, from what I've seen. And at least one community member has requested a container at MAFC, and I think it would also be beneficial to have a container at here at Town Hall or the Indian Creek Trailhead, very close to each other, whichever one makes sense. The request was for staff to look into the cost of that, but that has been provided. It looks like it's $7,000 per unit annually. So if you had 2, it would be $14,000 annually. The benefits that I see from this are there's already a really good engagement with these compost stations, but I was looking at mine, the one that I have on the kitchen table today, and, looking at the times, looking, can I make it to Northwest Park and drop it off before I made it here to the council meeting? So from a personal standpoint, being able to just come here, drop it, come to the council meeting would be good. And that would benefit staff as well and folks that would come for the Western Lake Farmers Market. There is the cart that they pull out for the weekend. But the difference between the lockable and the non-lockable is that the lockable can accept animal products. So meat, dairy, bones, that sort of things. And if you're composting, if you're doing your home composting, you're putting your stuff in your bin, it can be a little bit challenging to, decide, all right, I'm going to put this in the compost bin and not this in the compost bin. If everything can just go in the compost bin, that makes it easy, and then you just take it to one of these containers. So that's the request for us to look into adding those.
Adding those at what location?
MAFC and either Town Hall or Indian Creek Trailhead.
Okay, so real quick to that. So the town clerk's office is actually in the process of working with Public Works to add one of those bins in Town Hall for the use for any leftovers that we have from any of our meetings and being able to use that. The intent is not necessarily to have that one open to the public because we're not sure exactly how much it will be used with our own use. So what staff was proposing to do was bring it here at the end of the month, utilize it for any leftovers for our event, evaluate at 6 months to see how we are doing with the use and determine if it could be expanded at that point. With the information that was provided by email about the cost, it was also provided the amount of use that the other bins are receiving. We are seeing that some of those other bins are not necessarily used the most. So if we know there's an interest of other areas and we have more people going to MAFC, for example, I think one of the questions from staff was staff will be open and will prefer to relocate some of those units that have the lowest cost to then explore the opportunity for a higher cost because we are paying for it anyway. So being able to relocate it before we engage into putting more units that will increase the cost to the town. And I just wanted to offer that information to see if that has any bearing in the direction of your roundtable item.
It looks like the lowest ones are at the fire stations. Are those lockable?
No, just 35 gallons.
35-gallon carts, they're not lockable.
So, not at base. So moving one of those, you probably have the same use because there is that restriction of not being able to put the animal products into the thing. And I don't want to move the Northwest Park, Morrisville Community Park, or Church Street Park, any of those. It would have to be, I guess you use the cart from one of the fire stations, but then put it in one of the lockable containers. I'm open to that. If those folks, if firefighters aren't using them.
Mayor Colley?
And I know that might be a little burden, but if the fire department is willing, as they're out, to go ahead and drop their waste off at the relocated bins, that'd be good. Also, there's a commercial one called MILL that you can have indoors here for food waste for the town employees. It's called Mill. The home ones cost only $1,000. So the industrial ones probably cost just a little bit more than that, so it wouldn't even be outdoors. And it takes care of things. But I'm very supportive of trying to get more people. I'm very supportive of trying to get more people, staff and residents to deposit more of their food waste outside of the landfill. So I think that this is a great idea and a way to expand it more. I'm glad that Public Works brought that up, and we have the app-based ones. I think if we could have more app-based ones around, it's worth the $7,000 each to do that more. And probably an easy way to think about it, you have the compost bins at Indian Creek, and then you have food waste bins instead of calling it compost that takes bones and stuff. Just for terminology to not confuse people. Does that make sense? Or am I off base?
Yeah, the lockable compost now receptacles is what I'm referring to. I don't know if that has a specific name.
It'd just be easier for people to call that food waste in general, because it's not compostable.
Commercially compostable.
So that's down in the weeds, so I apologize.
Isn't the ask for staff to look into this?
Staff has provided a cost for what it would take to have these set up. And I suppose here if we're
We don't talk about money, we just talk about ideas.
I see Mayor Garimella, Council Garimella, sorry.
So my question is, I think that's a good idea regarding the food waste, but how are we handling, or how are all these restaurants handling food waste? Because they have more in terms of paneer bread, for example. I know they give away, end of the day, they have to throw away the bread. And a lot of other things, there's so many restaurants all across, it's good to encourage our people, but the major chunk of the food waste is on their side. How can we capture that? That could be something that the chambers can take it as a sustainability to have that kind of a process in place, because my son had picked up those bread loaves and given to Dorcas because that's what they do it, so that they can go do other things. So idea is good, but catch the bigger fish of how we can, use them to add this thing.
Councilmember Johnson?
So we have aren't we getting ready to do the master sustainability plan update? Can we incorporate this conversation in that? Because there'll be, I would think, lots of goals that come out of that conversation. And and some are gonna cost money and some won't, and they'll compete against each other. So could we have that conversation during, and when is that planning process supposed to start?
The master plan is in the budget for FY '27.
Yeah, so is it gonna start July 1st?
Probably not. We have to secure a consultant to help us, so we will start that
In
process
August
of.
1st?
That would be on Matt.
Oh, so sorry. So I would prefer to have this conversation as a part of that, since didn't the others come out of that conversation too?
Correct. Well, the current initiative that we have is a result of the original master plan that
That's
was based on town operations.
That's
Right. Any more discussion on that? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Patel.
I know this was sent in an email, but can we talk about what the cost was? So for everybody else who may be watching.
The cost for one Bluetooth station, I think all in all, when you count everything that it's charged by month and all of that, it comes out to $7,000 annually, 7,100 annually. And is serviced twice a week.
Thank you.
Yeah. It came from Brandon. Councilmember Kessling asked the question before he submitted his roundtable. I think maybe a couple of days before he submitted the roundtable about the cost. And Manager Sunema provided the information back and included the whole council because the roundtable item was going to be provided, and that way it was available to you all.
It's a May 6th email, Councilmember Johnson.
It also includes the chart of the use of the different bins. We have 6 right now. Any additional discussion on this item?
So can we direct staff to consider moving those 3 from the fire stations to better locations as a starting point, so we don't have to wait until the master sustainability plan gets things going? Seems like a better use of our assets.
I think the request from Councilmember Kessling is slightly different from that.
I know.
I want to
If
make
I-
a decision, I want input.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for staff.
Yeah,
to
I think
consider.
rather than directing us to move them, it's directing sustainability staff to do an assessment. Because again, if we're going to add more, we would just be moving and then putting new ones. So they can also assess the type. Let staff look into it, but don't direct staff to move them.
I apologize, yes. Back to you, sir.
Yeah, I suppose maybe if we, staff could provide an assessment of if the containers were in these locations, what the usage might be. And I'll point out that based on our most recent sustainability plan presentation from February 2026, 26,600 pounds of food waste has been diverted from landfills, which represents emissions reductions of approximately 9.6 metric tons of CO2 equivalent. So certainly if we can increase that, then we can have more emissions reduction. And as we learned from the risk assessment, climate action or climate risk is one of the biggest risks facing Morrisville. So the more that we can do to reduce our carbon emissions, the more we can do to reduce our climate risk.
Councilmember Johnson?
Sorry, and I just want to reiterate what Councilmember Garamella said. If you want to make a big impact, I think you're right. I think we need to somehow educate and target the restaurants in town and because I think they're the ones that gonna have the greatest impact. But I'm not asking you all to do anything. I think we all put our heads together and figure that one out, and it does include the chamber. Maybe small business or small business folks, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna yes and.
Yes, that's a yes, and.
Yes and.
Anyone else? Councilmember Scroggins Johnson?
I support this ask, and I think it is important that we find out, what is the cost benefit so that we can further encourage the behavior. But I do understand the restaurants do have a significant impact. There's probably regulations about, distributing food. And is there, something at a local level that we can encourage donation to Neighbor Up and so forth? I've not explored it, but I mean, one thing is to put food waste into containers, but another is to also pay it forward and to provide it as a donation. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this item?
Just one last thing. France recently passed legislation that is illegal to put food waste, divert it, put it towards landfills. That would work, but we don't. It's France. France, yeah. But we don't have the enabling legislation to enforce that.
Any other discussion? Do we have support for staff to assess, to evaluate? Yes, okay. Councilmember Kessler, you can move into your next item.
Yes. So with all the talk that we've had about tax burden and cost of living crisis and needing to fund our town services, one of the challenges I would say is that we need to fund services, and we have a good number of commercial properties that can, they wouldn't necessarily feel the impact of a higher tax, but a lot of our residents do feel the burden. That's a constitutional amendment. It all has to be uniformly distributed, the property tax. And we already have, at the county level, property tax relief programs. But from what I understand, those might not be enough for our residents here in Morrisville that are on the lower end of things. So the request is to draft a resolution and update the town's official legislative advocacy agenda to formally lobby the North Carolina General Assembly to give the town statutory authority to create and implement localized targeted residential property tax relief programs, such as localized exemptions, circuit breakers, or valuation caps that go beyond the state's existing programs that are administered by the county.
Discussion or questions on this item? Councilmember Garamella?
We are a deal in circle. It's almost a local bill let me step back. These kind of bills cannot be local bills because Erin from NCLM asked this questions, like especially the classroom resizing. They wanted it at one certain area, but because of our legislation is written, it has to be all across North Carolina. So property taxes, I believe, sits into that kind of category where it is not just here, it has to be a broad brush for the entire state. So already I think they're putting in, but today I was reading an article that they're going to put 2 amendments in the Constitution, and property tax is actually taken away from the towns and to the General Assembly is what one of the recommendations that they're trying to put. I just read a couple of hours before, so I think this will be a hard one to get into. It's like, I would say, in the General Assembly, they said dead at arrival, so it will be very hard to get it. The idea is good, but I don't think we have the authority.
Councilmember Johnson?
So anytime we want to influence legislation at the state, we have to include our local representatives. So I would say before we even ask staff to do anything, I think we chat with them and see kind of what their recommendation would be. And if they think it's even anything that would have any kind of legs to, to go anywhere. Um, and having said that, our local state elected officials are in the minority party. And so for them to get stuff done is almost impossible. Unless they partner with somebody in the majority party. And that's why I say we need to talk to them to figure out what even the first step is, and something this big that would affect so many, probably not just here in Morrisville. So I would say, this is a great, I'm not saying this is not something that would be incredibly beneficial to our community, but I'm also being very pragmatic. So I would say check on it, because this is your initiative. So touch base, and maybe you have already. I shouldn't have made an assumption. I would say touch base with them and hash that out. And we can all do that at this point too if we want. But I think that has to happen before we even figure the next step out. And they're smart people. They'll know exactly whether this is something that has a path or I always say timing is everything. Good ideas are good ideas for a long time, and they're just waiting for the right opportunity and the right timing to set them on fire. And I'm just not sure the time is going to work out, but I don't know.
Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for bringing this idea forward, because there are many populations in our town and other towns that are not thriving. And we need to be as sensitive as we can and fair as we can to the challenges that certain populations have. And I know Councilmember Patel has done an analysis and some interviewing, and shared that with the council on the impact of not just property taxes, but all the costs that are going up. What I would say after hearing some of the comments, and I know Councilmember Satish Garamella comes from a North Carolina League of Municipalities view as well as a Morrisville view, is that we need to think about the process. The process of, one, working with their local reps and finding out what their idea about property tax impact on vulnerable populations is. I do know that one of our representatives, Representative Cervania, was a co-sponsor on a bill for property tax relief for seniors. And that there is bipartisan support on a bill that was proposed for seniors that is not just in the current state, but it expands the thresholds, which are very narrow, so that only a few seniors, but more seniors would be able to qualify for tax relief. So that's one example of, it's not just, it's about sponsorship, and there's levels of executive sponsors, and then I call it the pile on, where there's a lot of additional representatives that want to show support and become sponsors as well as that. So we need a strategic discussion with our reps, but we also need to keep identifying opportunities. And I know the senior bill is still in consideration, and the property tax one is advancing faster, but there's additional vulnerable population bills that we can maybe advocate for. And sometimes council does, depending on the proposal, will create a letter of support. And, if that is appropriate at the right stage and the right timing. So there's something that we can do. So it's a refinement maybe of your proposal, and maybe more of a stepped approach. Thank you.
Councilmember Patel?
So I want to thank Councilmember Kathleen for bringing this for the discussion. I obviously support it, but as everybody else has stated, it sounds like it's something impossible to do. But what about thinking out of the box? And I'm kind of thinking aloud as I go. How about incorporating something, some other incentive program for the seniors or vulnerable folks in the town without property tax relief program? Some type of assistance that would either give back the portion of taxes they would pay. I'm thinking we're doing some sort of rental assistance program or housing, affordable housing programs. Can we come up with something? And again, I'm fumbling because the thinking is that go. But come up with something that isn't called property relief program, but kind of giving back net result would be saying instead of collecting lower taxes from individuals, collecting that and giving back kind of thing. I don't know whether that legally that would be allowable or not. Legislation will allow us to do something like that or not, but it may be worth exploring. And that way, when we are talking about tax adjustments every time, we can kind of exclude or minimize the impact on those vulnerable populations.
Mayor Cole?
So I'm also in support, and I'm not sure how Councilmember Patel could have read my notes from that far, because I could barely read them myself. But I wrote, perhaps use the rental assistance model that we're using for property tax assistance or property rehabilitation. Wake County has that, but they probably have limitations on what is allowed. Like our people might not qualify, for example. Morrisville is a different animal than a lot of Wake County. So if we're willing to put some funding towards these items, we can help those most vulnerable through the nonprofit by providing them guidelines like we do for the rental assistance. And I believe that would be legal, but we'd need to check and have staff look into that. Because as was mentioned by people who've been around the legislature a lot, I think that this one is kind of dead on arrival. NCLM has been trying to get us some kind of a municipal authority for a long time. So this is one of the most important things that we can bring up, but how can we actually make it work? So like rental assistance, we can't give people money, but we can use nonprofits to meet the goals as long as they're for the public good. So if we feel that these are for the public good, being able to make sure that people continue to live in Morrisville, maintain their homes in a safe manner, that might be a way to do something to get to the goal and the outcome you're looking for. So that took everybody's ideas to sort of come to that.
If I may, Mayor, a suggestion. So appreciate all the conversation, and I think this is a solid idea if we were able to do it. I have some of the same hesitation. What I would suggest is I was at the legislature again this week for the next meeting of the House Committee on this, and listened into that, also had a chance to talk with NCLM staff. So one of the things that the House is still working on is addressing potential relief for seniors and others. So some of that relief may come through this process in the House right now. So what I would suggest is you consider perhaps tabling this for now. Let's see what happens in the House and see how that works out. And then depending on what that comes back, you could certainly revisit this and have a conversation about that. If you wanted to try to do something, you could even consider something, mid-year, depending on what the resolution is with the House. Well, it's out of committee now with the House itself. acting on this. And again, you still got the Senate side that's working on a similar component of it related to revaluation and if that can occur or not. There's still a little back and forth about levy versus tax cap. So those are similar but not the same thing. So that it's not 100% clear what's going to come out of this. I've also heard that there is a possibility that some of this may get tied into the budget that we hope they're about to pass or soon to pass. So I would suggest perhaps we table for a little while, let's see what happens, and we can certainly come back to it.
Councilmember Patel.
So I was thinking, instead of tabling it, can we at least explore if it is possible to do something like that? And the concept I'm thinking of is if we adjusted our capacity by, let's say, a penny, some way to, and with strong, solid criteria, some way to give back that penny to those individuals, regardless of what legislature does. The end result I'm looking for is going forward, anytime we adjust the property taxes, we are shielding those who will be most impacted by that. And it would work just like property relief program, but I don't know. I mean, can we just explore it instead of tabling it? I'm just thinking.
I want to do a quick check with Councilmember Kestling because his ask on the round table is slightly different to what the last suggestion is. Based on what you've heard, is there any changes that you want to have to your ask?
Yes, and to respond to Councilmember Johnson, I did anticipate that question that you asked. Unfortunately, I did not think of that in time. I gave them a call, but I didn't do it soon enough to either catch them or get a call back. But I did think about that. I think that it's probably not allowed, but I would maybe like that formally articulated. Well, we know that it's not allowed. So I think tabling it, as per Brandon's suggestion, until such time that it is relevant, makes sense. Unless you have.
When it's not allowed, you're talking about what you're proposing or what we were discussing about?
We're restricted by state law. And I mean, I did research on this. I know it's not allowed for us to do this, which is why which is why the request is, hey, can we ask the state, the General Assembly to let us do this? But I'm thinking to Councilman Patel's point, if we did have a more formal presentation of what can we do, that might be worthwhile.
That'd be good to find out if it could go through a nonprofit, for example. What could we do?
Yeah, what could we do?
That's what.
I'm going to turn that over to the manager real quick, because I would think that we could be expending some time that, depending what happens in the House, may change.
Well, and I think respectfully, even before that, Councilmember Patel, you mentioned a penny. So if you want to do something like this, you need to identify a funding source. So you may want to have that conversation in our next session of, if you want to try to generate some type of revenue to fund something like that. Because right now, the budget we have recommended to you just would not allow for any meaningful support, really whatsoever, that would make any meaningful impact on folks. Should you wish to do that, I think we would then probably have to follow back up with you. And we also have to involve the town attorney to ensure that, we have to be careful that we're not, sidestepping the law or rules related to property tax and putting ourselves in a position that none of us want to get into if we can't defend it later.
I think I have Councilmember Johnson first.
So, so I would respectfully ask that we wait and see what happens and what comes out of the General Assembly, because that may change any direction we take. And if we start going in one direction and then we find out something else, that then we switch in gears, I really respectfully say we follow the manager's suggestion and wait and see what comes out of the General Assembly. And it's changing, right? It's changing a lot. So I don't know what the end product will be.
Mayor Colley?
Well, I think whatever comes out of the General Assembly is going to be a must, not a may. So it's not going to be helpful. And I had no illusions that anything was going to happen to affect this budget. So I don't think we need to worry about trying to find a funding source at this time. I think this is more of a long-term, gradual, learn more, see what's allowed. Like the rental assistance took us a while, but we found a good mechanism to help those in need. I think this might be another opportunity. Yeah.
Councilmember Kessling, I'll go back to you.
Okay. Yeah, one last, I guess, closing thing. I think it's structurally difficult that it's a uniform tax rate, right? And so if we need to raise revenue, we're raising it both on the wealthy property owners, such as the commercial property owners, but as well as the lower income folks. And that just, it's unfair, essentially. So finding a way to decouple, the ability to raise revenue from the burden that is imposed on, our low income homeowners, be nice to have. And this was an attempt to try to get there.
So Councilmember Kessling, you've heard from your fellow council members. The item is yours. What would you like to do?
The table.
Table it.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to our next one. Okay, this is jumping. I think I have Councilmember Johnson.
So the first one is just a reminder that we have our 175th celebration coming up next year. And 25 years ago, on our 150th celebration year, we buried a time capsule. A 25-year time capsule is due to be opened in January of next year. So just a reminder that that's out there, that it needs to be opened, and hopefully it's still intact and things. I read a story about a town, it was, I think, 50 years, and they opened it up and everything had disintegrated. So anyhow, hopefully, and it was full of mud and water or whatever, so hopefully ours is in good shape. But anyhow, that's my hope, is that we can, again, in this 25th, this additional 25th year, that we have a celebration and that we incorporate it in through our events throughout the year.
Okay.
Okay, so now this means y'all have to dress up, because 25 years ago, we dressed up.
Well, I would
I'll
say,
show, after I got it, everyone's okay. No, you know.
Where's the location?
but we do need to create another time capsule.
Well, sure, that could be part of the whole process too.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to add that. It's
I
like,
think that would
if
be
we
fun.
open one, we gotta make one.
Make a new one.
Yeah,
There you
exactly.
go. It's right out front in the grassy area. There's a plaque on top. And I forget it's January something of 2027. And just so you all know, we all dressed up in costume, and I have a picture. I should bring it. It's in the town of, there's a book that, I'm sure Jamie does. And we reenacted the very first town council meeting in the town of Morrisville or something similar.
I have a dinosaur costume, does that?
No, that goes way too far back. It was very cute. But anyhow, okay, that's it. Okay. Next one is just, we are doing annual joint meetings with our advisory committees, and we seem to have them like in the fall into the holiday season. And I'm just asking if we can maybe move it. I don't know, maybe it's worse. give it a shot, try it at the beginning of the calendar year, get away from the holidays and all the conflicts there. I don't know if the beginning of the year is gonna work, but that's just my suggestion.
I'm a yes and, I'm in favor, and but I'm wondering if it would be actually better to meet with them after each recruitment cycle, when they have new people, and talk to them then about what the goals are, what we think, say hi, get to know people. But I'm a yes. I mean, I hate those meetings around Christmas. I'm a yes.
Yeah, and that's I like that idea. That's a really good point. I remember at least one year when we were doing it, it conflicted with their opportunity to do their goals. And that was a long meeting for them, and then we were there on top of it. So I don't know if that was good or bad. We made it even longer, so that's a good idea.
I believe I have Councilmember Kathleen next.
I was just thinking summertime post-budget adoption. Probably be nice to include, at the start of the budget process, having conversations with him, but I know that that's a big ask, but realistically, July 1st is the start of the next budget conversation. August 1st? Okay.
August 1st is, I'm out July.
Yes.
Sure. Sure. But I think maybe summertime instead of wintertime.
I'm open to that too, but to your point, the beginning of the calendar year does kind of line up with budget. It's when we start having our budget meetings, so I didn't think of that, quite frankly, so.
As long as I don't have to go to a meeting in December, I'm yes.
November, December.
But I like your idea better.
Is that house up for beginning of year? Whatever you think.
So two quick things. One, Kimberly and Kayla and I spoke about this. I think we would lean towards closer to the first of the calendar year. You have new chair and co-chair. Sometimes it's a good opportunity to meet with them. They're also finishing their work plan at that point. That makes some sense. The other piece that I would just really quickly mention is PSAC has sent an invite for you to attend, I believe, their August meeting because it's in their work plan to meet with you. So the question becomes, do you still want to do that in August and then pick them up after the next of the year? And then, what we have done previously is made sure that typically not more than 3 council members attended that committee meeting, so we don't have to advertise it as a council meeting. But you can give us direction if you want that to be different. If you want to select 3 to attend that, that's great. I would suggest if you're going to select more than 3, we probably just at least want to be able to advertise it as a council meeting.
I thought all our committee meetings are public, and I don't get the distinction between a council meeting and a committee meeting if the committee meeting is already public and it's published and there's an agenda available.
I think the fact that council is involved and would be potentially discussing town business, we would want to separately advertise it as a council meeting. That would be potentially a different audience than you would just for folks that look at PSAC.
I think that's extraordinary to require that, because some of the meetings, I know that there's been 4 council members attending. The agenda could have council member input or some sort of item as an agenda topic that the council is going to be there. But I do not think it rises to the occasion of creating a barrier for the council to attend and to coordinate which 3 are going to go. I want to go to every single one, and because maybe, Councilmember Patel wants to do one that I'm not allowing him to attend one of the meetings. I think there's a way around this without prohibiting us from meeting our advisory committees and also saying it's a council meeting, because we're not running the meetings. We're listening, and if there's a topic, then there would be a topic where we would engage. So that's my opinion.
Councilmember Johnson and then Councilmember Kathleen and Councilmember Patel. I'm sorry, I'm not sure who went up first.
So it's my recollection in the past, we chose one person who was the lead for council in starting the conversation on behalf of council, but yeah, I remember we were all invited. And we all could show up. I'm not sure we all, 7 of us ever did. But certainly I can remember one meeting where there were definitely a majority, but I think that's a frank question to make sure we're advertising it correctly. Maybe those meetings were advertised as joint meetings and that could carry.
That was what I was suggesting. We just need to advertise it differently.
Yeah.
That council will be there, and there's the possibility the council could discuss business. Doesn't change attendance, not suggesting everybody can't be there.
I believe it was Kessling.
Yep. All right.
I just had a question. If we get a summary of the meeting minutes from committee meetings regularly.
We don't have it now.
You can't find them anymore.
After they were approved, we used to.
There's an Excel spreadsheet that I emailed when I provided information for the recruitment updates. And on that Excel spreadsheet, it lists who's been in attendance. And at the bottom, it says May minutes, March minutes, and there's a link to the minutes. They're usually a month behind, though, because they have to get approved by the committee for that month. So for right now, like the April minutes might be up. But if they had a meeting at the end of April, you might not see those minutes until the end of May, but they are online.
So we get those with the recruitment.
Yeah, that was the most recent time that it was emailed to you. It was the first time I sent out the recruitment email and then the last one. And then I'll also send out, obviously, another one when recruitment ends. But that spreadsheet is kept year long.
Councilmember Patel?
So if we had to advertise this as a council meeting, how much of an extra effort is it?
Repeat that one again.
How much of an extra effort is it if all of us go and we have to advertise that as a council meeting?
Well, how much extra effort is that to notice it?
Notice it as a meeting that majority of council.
3-day notice.
Sorry, it's really not a ton of effort. I think as it was mentioned, probably it's just advertised as a joint meeting. Those committee meetings are advertised publicly anyway.
Okay, so then I guess that should.
So it's not a trouble, it's just making sure that we're using the appropriate language when advertised.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Any other comments on, Mayor Colley?
So I guess getting back to Councilmember Johnson, there's a suggestion from staff that would mean skipping a year essentially. So we wouldn't meet with them this year except for PSAC maybe, but we haven't decided if we want to meet that. So just kind of back to you, what are your thoughts?
I think if a committee has requested we meet with them, I think we honor that request. So I would say go ahead with August and then do the rest when you all schedule that. We've never gotten involved in that, so you pick the right meeting and the right month, and I'm okay with it.
again in January, it's one night.
Okay, you could do it again.
We
You're right.
only meet a few times a year.
So do you have what you need?
I think we're good. I think I captured that. We are good. Okay, that concludes all the new roundtable items. Any questions on the existing items? Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So I did review the previous items, and I did have an item where I asked staff to look into possibly another group called the Arts Council or an art kind of thing. And there are comments in the worksheet saying that there's no capacity for staff to support an arts-focused committee. However, in the 27 budget, there is an addition of another senior planner, and in the description of that senior planner is an arts kind of function. So my obvious question is, if that is part of their future duties, would at that time a potential committee be reconsidered?
We'll definitely take that back to staff.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll take that back, and then if there's anything we need to bring back or provide any clarification, we'll do so.
The other item is, I did look and I did not see a mention of the Pew House request. I know that was another roundtable item I had, and I know that there's an update, but it wasn't published.
So what we had decided that evening was, because the Pew House was a project that had been included as part of some conversations with capital project, and it was already kind of an ongoing discussion that kind of started pause over time. And we had previously provided presentations and it had remained unfunded. The agreement that we had that night was that I was going to provide you all with the previous presentations, and I was going to schedule a tour, and any additional conversations will continue as part of the budget process, which is essentially what has occurred. If for the purpose of keeping them all together, you will prefer that I put it here, I could do that, but usually roundtable items that do not continue as a roundtable, we do not include on this spreadsheet.
So, in the effort of transparency, I think we should add a line item regarding the Pew House item and the actions agreed. They are completed, I completely understand and agree. I just feel like it improves visibility over time, and that we know when was the last time we had a discussion about it in a roundtable setting. Thank you.
We can do that, thank you. Any other questions, Councilmember Kessley? Any other questions on any of the existing or previously presented roundtable items? I'll take that as a no. Our next roundtable discussion will be in August, so be in the lookout for that. The link is always open, so you can submit your roundtable at any time. And thank you for your time and discussion this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, really appreciate it. Do we need another break, or 10 minutes adequate?
Yes.
Okay, please reconvene at 9:06. 10-minute break. Okay, we are back in session. We are looking at our last item for the evening. It's the FY 2027 recommended budget discussion. Brandon Zudem, our town manager, and Byron Hayes, our budget and finance specialist, are both at the table with us. Town manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So we do not have a presentation per se tonight. We have a couple of pieces of information to share with you, and then we really want to turn it over to you. This is primarily your discussion. We're happy to answer questions and try to help you through that, but this is your discussion as to a reaction to the recommended budget. So the first thing I'll mention, there was several people that spoke to the MAFC repairs. We're going to take care of that. We're going to grab $20,000 additional out of fund balance to make sure we can make those repairs as part of the budget. Second, there was a question, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson, in regards to the Pew House. So we're going to do a full CIP review this fall. My suggestion was we hold that and have that as part of that conversation to see if it comes back on and where it might fit, if you're okay with that approach.
Yes, because I was, specifically looking at what we haven't started and, looking at the Pew House as a started project, just
Yes.
so as you prepare the materials.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank
Yes,
you.
we'll look through all of that in terms of, do you want to shift anything? Do you want to change anything? We'll have some updates. Really no significant anticipated costs or investment prices, but we'll go through all that this fall. The third thing is the fee schedule. So sent you last night an abbreviated version, which really just showed the changes. You also have the full fee schedule as part of the packet that was provided previously. Just want to point out before I turn it over on the front page of that, which has a second page, looks sort of like a spreadsheet. It's horizontal on the page. On the back of that, there is 3 lines where vendor fees were crossed out. And then small event, medium event, and large event was written in. Just want to clarify, I had a couple questions about that. Previously, we charged one fee for artisans. We charge a separate fee for nonprofits. We charge a separate fee for a food truck. So that is, we're recommending to change that over to, they all pay the same fee and it based on the scope of the event. So if it's a small event of less than 300 people, they would pay $50. If it exceeds 300 but stays at 2,000 or less, it'd be $75. And if it's an event over 2,000 people, they'd be charged $100. So just wanted to clarify that. I'm sorry. What's the question? So I'm on this document
The back page.
and the back page of it.
Okay, thank you, sorry. No, of the back page of the front page.
Correct, yeah, it really, the vendor fee should stay. It's the artisan should be crossed out, so it's a vendor fee for small event, medium event, and large event.
Yeah.
The one that's flat.
Shorter one.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock.
No.
It's hard to read.
Yes, Brad, my question is, this fees is for town events, right?
Correct.
Not for any other events. It's only for town. Because nowhere it says it could be like a kite festival. If there are some, vendor is going there, it's not for them.
Correct, this is for town events.
Yeah, so I think somewhere you have to put that.
Okay,
You
So
said
that-
town special event.
yes.
Yeah.
So that is what I wanted to share with you or clarify for you. I'm now opening it to the floor for questions or discussion about the user fees or anything else that's in the recommended budget before we move to a public hearing on the 26th. Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
So my questions relate to the fee change schedule that you provided to us. Several of the items that I have questions about relate to the parks fees. There is a parks rental late fee, and I'm not really clear what a late fee is if, when the rental fee is due versus when it's unpaid. Do we still hold the reservation if it's unpaid and the event is about to take place?
We have up to this point. So what this would be is, but we haven't had any penalty for not paying that fee on time. And so this is an encouragement to simply pay the fee on time. So for example, we have an event that's occurring Sunday, and that fee didn't get paid until this past Tuesday. And so that just creates, more challenges for our staff in terms of, is this happening, is it not happening? So we hope we don't ever use it. It's really an incentive as opposed to we want to charge the fee. It's an incentive to say, you really need to pay when we told you need to pay at the deadline so we can continue processing, because a permit can't be issued until that fee is paid. And so issuing permits the week of an event becomes really challenging.
So is it usually like a couple weeks before an event that the full payment is due?
Correct.
Okay.
Give or take, yeah.
Okay, so 25% is significantly, so it relates to shelters, facilities? Is this across the board late penalty for any rental, or is it specific?
Facilities. And we'll clarify that on there.
Yeah, I think that's important because it has a different price point and impact, I guess you would say.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. The shelter deposit, it's lower, significantly lower. So if I was only putting down a deposit of $25, I might be a little less diligent about paying the full amount and just being kind of flexible. Versus if I put down $100, I might be pretty committed to that. So I just wanted to understand a little bit about the philosophy of the reduction. I love the reduction, but I'm just knowing human behavior is different.
So I think part of the way we look at that is not trying to have people go somewhere else because they pay a lower deposit somewhere else. And so as we've looked at our peer communities, we are considerably higher than others.
Okay, great. Facility deposit. So a shelter deposit is $25, but the facility deposit, such as Cedar Fork Community Center, so if I was to rent a classroom in the Cedar Fork Community Center, would that be considered a facility deposit?
Correct. If you rent a facility, there is a facility deposit. We tend to see more damage in our facilities than we do in like shelter rentals or parks.
So I would create a deposit of $300, but the rental for the room for an hour, hour and a half might be less than that.
Less than that, correct.
Okay, and then that would be refunded in due time. A special use deposit is, would you have a special use deposit and a facility deposit at the same kind of event? Is that additive or a replacement, either or?
I believe you could theoretically have both.
Yeah, and we need to clarify that. That was.
Because that's $500,
Yes.
and that's quite a lot.
Yes, thank you for noticing that. Actually, Jeannie and I talked about that today. That's some clarification that we as staff need to make. So,
Okay.
yeah, we're going to look into that.
Great, because as you know,
Yes.
the details are very
Absolutely.
critical. Thank you.
That one actually came up, when Shandy did the whole special event, that one came up then. So there was some missing communication on our part. So
Right,
thank
right.
you.
I mean, we do want to discourage, bad behavior, of course, but
Yes.
that's exceptionally difficult for some
Absolutely.
people to have as a deposit.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I do have a question about the MAFC tennis pickleball court. $25 an hour. Don't we offer pickleball courts for free play? What's the difference between renting it and free play?
So there is free play. This is if they want to make sure that they've got a certain time that they can rent it.
Okay, is this for like a group or is
Yep.
this individual?
It could be either way.
Okay,
Yeah. So it's just like a shelter. Shelters are first come, first serve. But if you definitely want to make sure that you've got that time frame, then you're going to rent it.
okay, and that's per hour then?
That's correct.
Okay, so now we charge $25 an hour for pickleball or tennis? at
For
the
those
MAFC?
reservations, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
But it's going down significantly.
Correct.
So-
Comparing to our peers.
So demand will go up significantly.
It could.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I'm just saying
Yep.
we just need more money for pickleball, of course. Okay. one of the things, okay, I'm moving off of MASFC and just going to like parking lot rentals in general. I'm not sure if that's something that, if I have an event and I'm renting a facility, do I have to rent the parking lot too? Is that additive, or is this allowing us to rent the parking lot independent of a facility rental?
It is. Yes, and. So it's kind of twofold. So for instance, if you are having a rental, let's use Cedar Point District Park, and you're only using fields 3 and 4, okay, for your event, but you're going to use the entire park for parking. We're not going to charge. Right now we charge you for the field space. So if it could be for 6 fields, so it can get steep when you're looking at large events that's going, several hours. So that could get steep. So the parking lot fee, we would just use the parking lot fee for the parking only. You're not using the fields, but we wanted to secure something because nothing else can be on those fields during a big event. Does that make sense?
Yes and no. I think I need to see some maybe use cases so I better understand it. Because if I am renting a facility, I never think to ask about parking because I assume that that's just part of the.
And it is for those, if you're renting fields 3 and 4, you're going to get the parking for fields 3 and 4. So it goes back to those conversations that we were talking about with the Church Street Park and asking those crucial questions. How many people are, what do you need for your event? Now, the other question that you had, if you're not having your event and you want to just use Cedar Point District Park, and we've had that case where we've had organizations close by that want to use our space for parking. We told them no, because we want to keep the park open for
Public.
Right. Mm-hmm. So if they want to rent the parking lot, they are able to, but it's still accessible for park users as well.
Very good. Okay, those are my questions. I yield back to other folks, but that's very helpful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councilmember Rabadi, were you up first? Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Rabadi.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question about the lap-lane rental. So $25 seems pretty, is it free now? Is that the idea?
So this is only outside of normal hours. So this is only for groups that are renting the pool, like early morning to come in and swim, because we have to bring a staff member in order to have somebody there to staff the facilities. This is not during the business day. This is not a member. This is a group doing a lap lane rental to train or practice or whatever.
One lane?
Per lane.
Okay, so if there's 4 of them, they're going to rent 4 lanes. Okay, so I didn't realize that this was outside of hours. Then that makes sense. I'm really glad that the pickleball fees are going down. I think that's really going to help people a lot. And what exactly is cricket event support? Like that's staff people to be at the cricket event?
Yeah, so right now we've been in many cases just providing staff to make sure these events happen. We haven't charged for necessarily everybody that's been there, and we feel like we need to because we're having to pay those people.
Yeah, because those people are paid hourly, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. All right, and then you answered the questions about the vendor fees. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Let's start with the cricket event support. What does that encompass? Like, $450 is the fee. What is their staff doing? Are they,
So that could include use of our equipment for field prep. That could include, other staffing that may not be normally there. What am I missing, Matt? Or Cindy?
That's pretty much it. It's basically,
The service we've been providing that we've been essentially doing without recovering compensation for it.
yes.
is the compensation not taken as part of the rent?
No, it hasn't been. They've been renting the facility, but we haven't been accounting for the use of equipment and support for the use of the facility.
So when all these fees add up at the end of the day to have an event, can I get an example of how much that will come down to? Like, for example, because you're adding parking, you're adding support, and then deposits, and then police, and the field rentals. It's, it's a significant amount that's coming out.
It is, it's an expensive park to
Yeah,
upkeep, and it's an expensive event to put on.
Yes, I would like to have that for mostly like, the Church Street and the Cedar Falls District Park. Those are the two ones usually, the main ones.
Okay.
And, so going back to the rentals of the park, when you say, $500 for Cedar Falls District Park, how many parking spots are you giving them? Because is it all? Is it some of it? How are you restricting it?
Cindy?
Is it?
Yes, the entire
Yeah, that'd be the entire lot.
So then what if I want to play there? I cannot play because there's not a single parking lot for open play.
That's a possibility. So we're trying to find sort of a happy medium, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in the past, if you, again, for example, if you were using field 3 and 4 and just parking at field 3 and 4, that was fine. But if you spread out over that, we were charging you to rent the entire park. And so we're actually trying to reduce that fee by, rather than having them rent every single field, just rent the fields they're using. And if in addition to that, they just need the parking lot, the rental of the parking lot is cheaper than renting 3 or 4 additional fields to have your event on 2 fields.
No, I get that, but I'm a user. I'll go. I want to play with a group of people in field 2, and the parking lot is full. So where is my, open play time?
So I think you could park off of Key Bridge and get yourself into it that way. You could also still access the park by Greenway. So there are other options to get into the park than that main parking lot.
So the reason I'm asking, this will come. There will be a lot of times you'll have those things. So either when you're saying have some kind of a restriction, this 500 fees is this side of the parking block or something.
Well,
Otherwise, the blanket putting, it's kind of hard.
Well, this is really not changing the practice, though. I mean, this is what's been occurring. This is just charging differently for it to try to reduce the rate for the renter. We've had rentals that use the parking lot all along, and we've been charging them to rent the whole park.
Okay. And just going back to the cricket event support, this 400 is good, but I'm looking for a fee where a person can just write a check and rest all are taken care of, like the groundsman and like the whole 9 yards. Because
Well, you can. I mean, our team puts that together, but we have to know which components of this you're using to develop that single invoice that can be paid with a check.
But from what I'm hearing from a lot of people, it's these fees are scattered all over. It's not like, okay, one bill. I mean to say, it is one bill, but, oh, I did not know this 500. Oh, I did not know this 250. So like, have a place somewhere if you, it's not, if like,
Well,
if you want to rent, just as an example, full days to do a tournament, these are the things, might not police, 6 people cost. You need a curator, this is the cost. You need this one, trash pickup, those kind of things, because it's just not very clear and it just adds up. The same thing with the Kite Festival and Batkama and several other things. It's just being easy for them, and so that you and I don't have to have conversations regarding going back and forth.
Well, we're always going to have those conversations, let's be honest. So we can, to some extent, try to do that, but again, it really depends on what the rental is. That's the challenge of there is really no one.
I'm just saying to give examples, okay? Like, because I don't know what, they ask me, okay, how much is the rental? I said, the fee is $1,000 for the Church Street is all I see, then all these add-ons come up. If you want lights, that's a different fee. So I don't even know what all fees get added up to it. So from being an advocate for the town, I myself don't know what is getting added. So that's the thing I'm asking, to at least educate us, so that
Okay,
we can.
we'll do what we can. I appreciate the advocacy, of course, but I think that the best advocacy is to encourage them to come and then direct them respectfully to staff, because I
But
don't
they do
expect
that.
you to know, right,
But-
the answers to all those questions, and it varies
Brandon,
reservation to
This
reservation.
conversation comes after the bill has been put, not before. So that's,
It sounds like things are added on after the fact. Like, I guess, I've never gone and rented one of our facilities, so I would anticipate that when I sat down and we talked about everything I needed, I'd get one bill, and it would have everything on it, and nobody would come back to me and tell me I need to pay more.
There's nothing
And
added
that-
after an event. There's always a clear description of
I'm not
what your
saying
rental
after the
would be.
event, I'm talking about in the planning of the event. Like, are we giving the applicant, whoever the person is, a bill with everything on it, and they know exactly their cost?
We are giving them information, yes, as they give us information. So sometimes as we try to help them work through, what are you trying to do? What do you have to have? Then they may, oh, you want a stage. Well, okay, you didn't share that previously, so we have to add, there's a fee for a stage inspection. And because we have to do that by law, we have to inspect that stage, just one example. But what we more than often find is that folks start with it, we're gonna do this. And then as our staff works with them and asks them questions, we determine, well, you didn't mention that, you had this large tent over there, or you didn't mention you had, speakers or whatever it might be. So we communicate with them and go back to them with detailed updates.
But a lot of that stuff is in the special events permit. As
It
I
is.
recall, even the prices of the different things are in the special events permit. So it's not like, I mean, it's literally like right there. Do you, like, you need an inspection? Like parentheses, $100 or like whatever it is. And then the question is like, do you need a stage was one example. Do you need a stage? That's $500. Like, it's not like it's not in there. The one thing that I think confuses people is that, like, if you want extra police, for example, or you want food trucks, or if you want things that the town isn't going to provide, the town provides the police, but they do it through an agency. So that, to me, is very confusing, but I get that we can't do anything about it. But, so there might be things that the town doesn't control that, yeah, you end up paying for those because you're using a separate contractor. But there's not really that much ambiguity in the permit process, in the special events process.
but I'll give you Kite Festival, for example. I don't know if it was not publicized about the bouncy thing, or like, so $100 for inspection for that, okay? They said, when we went in, we were not told that. One. Second, is talking to the neighbors and all those things, was not delivered to them at the start. It was just written 48 hours before, or yesterday, when the list came out. So, there are several things where I'm trying to see is, what is the best scenarios to basically, either they're not understanding it, or we are not very clear to them. One of the two, because it can't be either or kind of a thing. So what can we do to make things better? Because the special, it goes back to my email yesterday, is they're our customers, and we want their business. It's not because of just rental, it's the economic development engine that goes around it. And that is, for me, more important. If we make it more harder, they'll go somewhere else. They have a lot of options.
But this is respectfully a different conversation than the fees. Like, I understand that the process, there may be process issues, but that's.
Yeah, I get it. I can have a different conversation, but the other one I would strongly recommend is a different fee structure for nonprofits. Nonprofits should be having a residential rate. I talked to Laurie Bush and she gave me all the documentation for their nonprofits. They charge 50% of the regular for the nonprofits which are in Cary. And then I asked for a clarification there. Parks and Recs came back saying, example, American Red Cross is doing an event in Cary. Will it be charged outside charge or, resident charge or non-resident charge? They said, as long as it's serving the people of Cary, it will be a resident charge. So, it's a 50% discount is there, what I mean to say. So I said, let's not get into the 50% and all those things, as long as Morrisville nonprofit residential rate, and also if there is any other nonprofit that serves our people at the discretion of the manager, residential rate, so that it's one and clear, because we just don't have that rates here as any of those things. It only talks about residents and non-residents. It doesn't talk about nonprofits.
So we can certainly do as you want to direct us to do. What you'll find is the majority of our rentals, particularly at CFCC, are nonprofits. So we run again into that, two-edged sword of, do you want to focus on cost recovery or do you want to focus on not cost recovery and see revenues decrease?
So it is sometimes, what is it serving? It's not cost recovery every time. Who is it serving, and is there a value to it? So that's more important. Cost recovery is there, but not in every place, is my 2 cents.
That's really unclear direction for staff.
Microphone.
I basically am saying any nonprofit in town of Morrisville has an address, or outside town of Morrisville address serving the people of Morrisville should be given residential rate as clear as it can be.
So that's going to be all your nonprofits.
Morrisville residents.
Yeah, so,
Because if they don't already, they'll find one.
yeah, good.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, we basically have the same criteria for the Morrisville Fund. It's not that complicated. If a nonprofit serves people in Morrisville, then I think nonprofits, frankly, anyway, that want to do an event in Morrisville I think there should be a nonprofit fee schedule. I don't necessarily know if it should be 50% or, what it should be, but I do think that it's tough for a nonprofit to come up with, $500 or $600 to rent something, I serve on the board of 2 nonprofits that would never be able to rent in Morrisville if that was the case. So I think it's worth exploring a nonprofit fee schedule, but I don't think we're going to get there tonight. Maybe we could just do like thumbs up or thumbs down, and then staff can take it if it's a thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So what I'm hearing is you want any rental by a nonprofit across the board, or just facilities? Do you want parks? Do you want everything?
I personally say keep it simple, stupid. I'd do everything, but, it's really not up to just me.
What are the Cary and Apex doing? Just do that. Right? Cary and Apex, what are they doing? They're the same
Cary
thing?
is charging 50% rate of the regular rate. That's what their document says, but
Regular rate is non-resident rate, I'm assuming?
non-resident rate, I'm assuming. I'm not sure on that, but for us, that's a deep cut. I'm at least saying be a residential rate so that it's fair.
At minimum, make it same as Apex and Cary, that's what I would say.
I will say, unless they've changed it, Cary's used to be 50% off for nonprofits Monday through Thursday. And it was,
Yes, I read about that. It's
yeah.
Monday through Thursday.
And it didn't pertain to field rentals. It was only facility rentals. And I think it was from 8 to 12, if I'm not mistaken. It was times when they didn't have programming in the facility, and it was just open time. Typically, they were just trying to get people in there. But it was Monday through Thursday.
Should we have staff do thorough analysis of what Carrie and Apex has before we make the decision? I don't know.
There are nonprofit competitions.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we need to have a nonprofit rate. I would agree. We have MOUs with nonprofits that use our facilities for free. And I'm okay with that. The Morrisville Veterans Foundation uses our facility for meeting for free. CERT uses our facilities for free. So, and I'm not arguing that. I'm fine with that. But I think for our other nonprofits that have a connection to Morrisville, I'm not just saying a nonprofit that has no ties, and I know that that's a gray area, but they need to have some tie to Morrisville, and support Morrisville in some way. I think a nonprofit fee, I'd be fine with that. And so, yeah, so who's our competition for our nonprofits? It's Gary and Apex. What are they doing? Let's make sure we're
Aligned with the market.
aligned. Yeah.
Well, so let's make sure we're aligned with the market, but let's also make sure that we're doing what we think we should be doing for nonprofits, right? So, I mean, yes, if they do it Monday to Thursday, that doesn't necessarily mean that we just do it Monday to Thursday. I mean, we have nonprofits that have used our facilities on Saturdays for years. I mean, it's fine to be informed by what other municipalities do, but I think that I don't necessarily think we should limit ourselves to Mondays to Thursdays.
And I'm not, what I'm saying is let's explore understand what they have, and then we make a decision on our own.
Yeah.
Well, you're right. Bottom line, there's non-profit rate that we don't have today. So explore it.
Anybody not in favor of exploring a nonprofit rate? Okay,
All right.
so we're good, right?
Are you complete, sir?
Yes, for now. Yes.
All right, Councilmember Patel, I think you've had yours up for a little bit, and then I'll come up to Councilmember Scott. Mike,
I have to look and think what, yes, about the conversation, Councilor Garimano was having about Church Street rentals. I think this goes back to the same thing I was talking about when we were discussing the what's allowed and what's not allowed. If we can have almost like a menu type of thing where we list all the rates. If you want to use this, it's this much. If you want to do this much. Has anybody used DMV site for registration renewal? Step by step, it just, you answer one question, it asks another question. Something like that. Whether it's, I'm sure it can be exactly the same thing, but that would be very helpful for anybody who wants to rent it. So, you just ask question, do you need this, do you need this, do you need this, instead of them coming to you and then finding out that what they want to rent is probably out of their budget, and that's when they end up calling us. If they just knew ahead of time what it was before they come to you, then you have to answer those questions.
we'll see what we can do with a menu.
Just a thought.
Thank you.
$450 per day fee for cricket event support. Does that include traffic management or?
No, that's generally in the park. That's the use of the equipment to get the field ready before, between, and after matches, things of that nature. We bill separately for public safety, including police presence for either security in the park or traffic control. Generally, if the person renting does not make an arrangement for medical services, we'll get Wake County EMS to have an ambulance on site, larger events. And then, of course, we have parks and public works staff that are typically there fulfilling different responsibilities.
So those are included as part of the rental fees?
Sir?
So those are included as part of the rental fees?
No.
They're not part of the 450. The 450 is more to the use of the field and the equipment that's necessary
Yes.
to have that happen. The other is billed based on who works.
Okay. About parking lot rental, last time we discussed, I thought, at least I had proposed, and somebody else had agreed to it, I don't know who and how many, that we would limit the use of parking lot to 75%, and that way, if somebody wants to go use the park for other things, they can.
There's a lot of challenge in that, in the sense of how do you manage that? Because you're gonna have to rely on people being honest about why they're there, and you have to measure off the parking lot to establish, what's 3/4, what's 1/4, and then again, verifying, are you here for the event, or are you here to, play in the park, is difficult to manage.
Understood.
And again, to date, we've not had an event where we've received complaints from anyone else that they couldn't access the park.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it couldn't happen, but to date, we've not had that. And again, really, the parking lot fee is more at trying to reduce cost for renters as opposed to increase cost, because they rent the parking lot and they don't have to rent the entire park, all the fields. They really just rent what they're using as opposed to the entire facility, which is what exists right now.
So could we at least put some kind of clause that at least give 10 parking spots for general public, whether it happens or not, but at least we have something, if people follow the rule, at least we have some parking spots?
We can look at that.
Yeah. I heard one more thing, but I forgot.
Okay, Councilmember Scroggins Johnson.
I just wanted to voice my support for the menu option. I think that's helpful if I was having a planning of an event of what you do offer and include in the appropriate pricing. But it might be helpful to have an information sheet about what private services, people in the past have used and what that means, like the police are kind of private. I mean, is that coordinated through the town, or is that?
It is coordinated through the town. I mean, they go to the special duty, is that what it's called? Extra duties, thank you. The extra duty solutions to make a request for, officers for an event. They're told how many they need, they put that request in, and then that still comes back to the police department. They coordinate the staff. Well, I mean, they coordinate in the sense they encourage people to sign up. They sign up for their extra duty solutions. They get paid through extra duty solutions. So we're pulled out of it in that sense. But yeah, our staff is still helping to ensure, if we get close to the event and it's not fully staffed, we'll reach out to surrounding jurisdictions and we'll work through that.
So that menu, would it be obvious to the event coordinator that there's a third-party process going on behind the scenes relating to police support? Or would they just be saying, you're gonna have, $600 for additional support?
They're going to be told they're going to need to pay X amount for X number
They
of
don't have to
officers.
submit a request for themselves. It'll be done
It's handled by
the
staff.
town, okay. So if they wanted to rent additional things, like they wanted to do a food truck on their own and stuff, they didn't realize that they have to go through the town for permitting and stuff like that. I'm sure this happens more than we know. Is there might be a way of, on this menu, of just letting them know that if there's additional activities or whatever, that to let the town know, so in case there is some additional restrictions.
Well, the majority of that's handled in the special event process. So the majority of these that we're talking about are probably not just basic rentals. When you start talking about food trucks and enough traffic to need police officers, you're into a special event. And to Mayor Pro Tem Rabati's point, when you get into a special event application, it's got the majority of that information available and points out, if you're doing this, you have to pay this amount because of an inspection or because of people or whatever that might be.
I'm very humbled in never having to do a special event for the town.
It's a process.
It is a process for sure. But yeah, the menu would be helpful and improve transparency and understanding. The other item I just wanted to echo is that we do have MOUs with specific nonprofits, such as the Veterans Group, such as Western Wake Farmers Market, and with CERT, and we do allow them meeting space pro bono or, and I support that because they are already working in coordination with the town. So there are other nonprofits that are not, and I think that is the difference for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So, couple of questions in regards to the PILs.
What page, answer?
Page 87. Multifamily, we are changing it from 3214 to 3278.
Yes.
That is the parkland payment window.
Correct.
So Holly Springs does $80,000 a tap fee. I don't know what that encompasses, but why are they charging so high? Does it include other costs too? Because it's one of the highest I've ever.
I mean, if they're doing a tap cost, I assume they've got water and sewer also attached to that, things that we don't do.
Okay, then how much is our tap fee for carry use charges? Do we know?
I don't have a clue.
Yeah, if we can find out, because I was like kind of surprised when I heard 18,000 per door is a tap fee for Holly Springs. So I don't know what that encompasses, like it's kind of a pseudo impact fee or, I have no clue, that's really.
I mean, we can get you the answer, but it's a
Yeah.
carry fee that we can't charge.
Okay, yeah, I think Laura was saying that their utility bill is going up by 4% or 5%, they're just keeping increasing it. My only question of asking that is there any way we could increase this PIL more? Is where I'm coming to, because I don't know what other fees are put in, so at least from the PIL point of view, can we increase that? Or
You certainly can. I mean, it's your fee. Remember, it's formulaic. We had this conversation,
Yeah.
12, 18 months ago,
Yeah,
maybe
and I
last
know
year's budget.
we
So I don't think
increased it.
any of the answers have changed. We increase it based on the formula that planning uses.
And I
You would have
think
to
Michelle-
change the formula.
I think Michelle and all has really helped us. And also I know if we increase it, we'll get a pushback from the developer community
Correct.
too. So that's the reason of trying to understand what are others doing and how much leeway do we have, if at all, in this.
Right, and I think that's what we went through last time, is that Michelle had done that research, and that, the formula we use is generally keeping us at pace, because the further you get ahead of that, to your point, the less attractive you are to come build here.
Okay, and then the other one, I'm seeing this performance bonds, 125% of cost of uninstalled improvements. What does that mean?
Are you on page
Page
88? Oh, the performance bonds down here.
Oh, I see, okay.
Can you speak?
Yeah, I can. So basically, it's just to help cover the cost of the the administrative aspect of managing those performance bonds. When we have to keep that for a particular project, that requires, additional work, not just from engineering, but also from the financial services department in order to kind of manage that, track that, keep that, make sure that they're staying on track with their inspections, and to also figure out whether or not we need to give that back or, ultimately end up using it.
So,
But let me add some clarity.
Yeah.
And this particular section in the fee schedule is within the stormwater components and is actually under engineering. So what that performance bond is, when you get to the point that you are having to, let's say, get a TCO for a building, but your stormwater facilities are not completed, then you provide a bond for the items that are not completed yet, and you will do it at a 125% of the estimated cost for completion. And then we retain that bond until such time that the construction is completed and inspected and approved. The reason why it's listed here is because it has been in the UDO for the longest time, but unfortunately, it was not a fee that was showing on the fee schedule, so we are correcting that now by adding the fee, showing it there. So it's not a new fee, it's in the code, but it was not listed in the fee schedule.
yeah, thanks for clarifying, because I know the performance bonds are, like the PILs, we collect 125% of of the road too? Is it this in line?
No.
with that?
So the PIL is different because the PIL is intended to say, I am going to pay 150, the PIL is 150, is 150 saying, I will give you 150% of the cost to build that, and you take care of that. The performance bond is the contractor saying, I will give you a guarantee that I will build it at a 125%. The reason why we hold that bond is, let's say the developer contractor goes in bankruptcy and abandon the project. Now we hold a guarantee that we can take over the completion of the project and then capture that bond. That's the reason for the bond, is a guarantee. Different from a PIL. PIL is cash money.
I get it, but we will not give them a CO if they don't do that, right, as part of the compliance.
We will not CO
So-
unless they build it or provide a guarantee bond.
So this would be, it's a new fee structure that will be implemented going forward, or is it?
So this performance bond has been in the code for a while. It was missed and it was never listed in the fee schedule, so we are correcting that now to show it in the fee schedule. So it's not shown on the previous column because it wasn't shown on last year's fee schedule. So we're just correcting that now. It's more of a
Correction.
administrative change rather than an actual creating a new fee, if you see what I'm saying.
Okay, all right, this is just more of an assurance, like a bank guarantee. Okay, fine.
Right.
All right, yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm on page 95, looking at the police fees, and I think we could up those fees, frankly, considerably. The fact that it's 11 plus false alarms at $300, I think they were charging $500 for that in Princeton for 3, and I left there 10 years ago. Like, I think there's no excuse for 11 plus false alarms to the police. Like, I think those should be $500 each. I think 9 to 10 should be $400 each. I mean, I don't know how much capacity that gets us, but it's not even about that. Like, the only thing is, I would like, this might already be a thing, but in domestic violence situations, sometimes police are told that it was a false alarm when it wasn't. So if there are repeated false alarms and we know that there's a domestic violence situation, I wouldn't want to hammer those people.
Yeah, so there's no fee for a domestic violence alarm. This is for building alarms where they have an alarm through another company.
Well then, yeah. I mean, seriously, I think we should up those considerably.
This is in period of 1 year. What is this, 4 to 5 alarms in
Yeah, that's in a year.
1 year? Okay.
There's a fee.
Thank you.
Structure for expedite.
There's a fee for an expedited review
Correct.
process, 5 days. Is it only for that particular instance, or every time you ask for an expedited, it's $500?
Correct. Every time you ask,
Every time you ask, okay.
because we're doing more of that.
And we are right now 2 weeks, right, if I'm not mistaken?
Is that the expedited review for a pre-application?
Yes.
So right now, the way it is you can request a pre-application, and we don't have a fee when you request a pre-application the day before a pre-application, and now we are asking, they're providing all of that information just the day before. So essentially what we are doing is providing an encouragement that they request a pre-application and provide the plans at least 5 days prior to the scheduled pre-application. If they submit that late, that's where the expedited review cost will come into place. Is to serve as an encouragement that they provided 5 days before. The benefit there is that they provide the plans 5 days before, staff can come to the meeting prepared, and it makes the meeting a lot more beneficial to everyone involved. If they provide the plans less than 2 days prior to, more than likely is gonna complicate the process and make it a little lengthier.
No, I totally agree with you, but the word pre-submittal expedited 250 is a little confusing. For me, I thought like we go do, a review and it goes for 2 weeks and then comes back. So do we have a fee structure if someone wants it expedited, that we can give you faster, this is the fee? That would be something worthwhile because people ask all the time, quicker review turnaround.
So there are multiple structures for review. If it's a brand-new site plan, you will take 30 days on the first review and 2 weeks on any subsequent resubmittals. The reality is, when you look at the timeline on how long it takes to review a project, the review process is really not that long. Where it extends so far out is when we return comments back to the applicant and the applicant takes 2 months to respond back. So now you are adding a lot more time into that because staff only gets 2 weeks to review. We have been able to prove that the schedule necessarily is not as long in the current economic development projects, where we are able to offer a lot of that fast review in partnership with the developer, meaning that the developer is willing to take the same length of time that staff took to review.
So that brings a question that I had, because you guys did a fabulous job with Novartis in an expedited review. Was there a special charge for that? Or if not, I think we should, because your time is also important because you're putting other projects on the side.
So there are different initiatives that are included as part of the recruitment process. So instead of, in the case of economic development, there are different things that go in as a package. So instead of just being a separate fee, it becomes part of the recruitment effort that we have with those companies. So in essence, we are able to provide those initiatives as part of a package in economic development, where we are not able to offer that to any development, to just every development. You see what I'm saying?
And that is documented. And where is that documented in our? There's not documented anywhere, right?
That's part of what we have through that recruitment process, but all of those documents are confidential.
I think if Tiffany gave a presentation, it should be part of that package in the conversation, because it only talks about incentives. It doesn't talk about expedited reviews or anything as part of that.
So I think it's important that we maintain flexibility in that regard. We don't want to tie ourselves too much into a corner of what we will or won't do, because when you get a project like Novartis or others, I mean, we're going to do anything and everything we can. So I just want to make careful we don't get too specific in what we write down. I think that's more of a practice than a policy.
Get $500 million, really?
Well, and that's what I'm saying, is we don't want to not be able to do what we need to do to get the next Novartis.
And I would add to that, there's also the component of making sure that it gives us a competitive edge. If we include everything out there, then it removes some of that competitiveness from the process. And we want to make sure that we remain competitive in such a difficult market that we are in.
Mayor Pro Tem, I think we're still technically on yours.
Just to clarify, is there another presentation that we have to go through tonight when we're done with this?
No,
Okay, so it's just the fee schedule tonight?
whatever you want to talk about budget tonight. I mean, you have in front of you survey results. We don't need to discuss those tonight. If you don't want to, we gave those to you because you asked for them. Again, this is your meeting. We are going to talk about whatever you want to talk about from the budget.
Okay, no, I wasn't saying that we should, I just wanted to make sure that this is the budget discussion.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Fine.
All right. Councilmember Garrett, you're good. All right, anyone else? Councilmember Kessler.
I just had a question on page 92. There's one line item in here, multifamily dwelling, $600 per unit, that's crossed out. I was wondering what that fee was and why it's getting crossed out.
The multifamily dwelling fee. in
Yep.
particular. I think there's a note in there. Ultimately, it's been removed, so we aren't charging it anymore. I can tell you that for sure, but I can tell you what it is in just a second. Let me see. Unless
Anything
it's
else while he's looking?
It's a permit fee, isn't it?
What's that?
It's a permit fee.
It is, but we've
Yeah.
pulled it. I think we're gonna find the explanation of why we
Yeah.
aren't gonna use it.
I just want to be able to
I assume
explain
it's
exactly
replaced
what
with a
it is.
different fee, but he'll verify that.
How much additional capacity are we expected to generate from modifying these fees?
It's not very much. It's just a few $1,000s, honestly. Most of our fees are really just sort of right sizing, and dealing with some deposit type things and some late fee type things. So ultimately, if what we anticipate happening is everyone paying their fees timely, as expected, then there's not a lot of generation. And what generation we do have, with parks in particular, we've identified that capacity already and funded other things within there. For example, with fitness instructors, there's some additional capacity that's generated with that, but we're using that additional capacity to be able to fund those instructors to be able to generate that, if that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And again, we've got, some fees that we're reducing. And then, when we make a move now to the nonprofit rate, that's gonna reduce, not earth-shattering money, but that's gonna balance out against any of the new increases, to some extent that you would see in there.
Yeah, and also additionally for context, we did have a pretty robust fee schedule increase last year. A lot of things changed, such as fire inspections and some parks and rec fees, that we had some increases there. So this year really was meant to be a little bit more of a level set year. Just be able to see where we needed to pick up some of the changes in terms of like late fees and things like that, more than just increasing fees for the sake of increasing fees for inflation or for the sake of, updating resident, non-resident changes this year.
Anything else, Councilman Cussin? All right, we'll find that,
I'm looking
we'll find that number for you. Anyone else? Okay, so again, we will get the MAFC repairs back in there. We'll talk about Pew House this fall when we go into a full CIP review. And we've got some feedback. It looks like we're going to increase our police alarm fees, and then we are going to institute a nonprofit rate that would be similar to a resident rate rather than going back and forth between that. And then we're gonna work on some menus related to this, and I think some earlier conversation about park rentals and use, particularly Church Street Park.
Waiting.
We're finding them
Yeah.
explanation of the permit, the multifamily dwelling that's going away. All right, while he's looking for that, if there are no other questions, then, we will make some slight modifications to this. We'll do a brief presentation on that prior to the public hearing, just so folks know that they're commenting. They know we made some minor tweaks to this. But other than that, then, we would have the public hearing on Tuesday, the 26th. And you could potentially decide that night after you hear from the public if you feel like you need the work session the 28th. That's the only thing on the work session, so it could be canceled that night. And we would, put up the appropriate notice and that sort of thing. Councilmember Patel.
Do we have any other session before public hearing? We don't, right?
No, so you have tonight, and then you have the 26th for the public hearing. You certainly could have some time if you wanted to ask any questions following public comment, assuming there are some. And then there's the opportunity, the 28th, if you all want that work session, we can certainly do that. That could be any wrap up if you feel there's anything outstanding. And then June 9th, we would bring it back for a vote.
So can we go over any changes that were made from the last time?
From last time, the only changes that are made is that we're going to put the $20,000 in for the MAFC repairs, and that we're just going to add to the fund balance that we're importing to do that. We've not made any other meaningful changes to the recommended budget.
And Councilmember Kessling, the multifamily dwelling fee is essentially an inspection fee for any sort of multifamily property. So without knowing, and we can certainly bring you back some additional information once I get some clarification from our inspections department. But my assumption is we removed that probably because it was covered in one of these other new structure fees.
So I do have some comments, and I want to go over something that I had sent everyone. If we are not meeting again before public hearing,
We are not.
it will take at least 15, 20 minutes. So if we want to take a break or we want me to continue, I can. That's up to everybody. 15 to 20 minutes. All right. So I had prepared a presentation that I shared with everybody on the council and staff. I don't think we're going to put it up here. But basically, this was put together with feedback from real Morrisville residents that I know, who are kind enough to open up and provide their financial information. I have adjusted some publicly available figures, obviously, for by negligible amount to maintain their anonymity. But these are the families who pay Morrisville taxes. Their children attend our schools, they use our parks, and they shop at our local businesses. These are the people that our council exists to serve. I have an example of 3 households, from low income to mid income. I won't call 127,000 these days is a high income, but moderate income. State government employee, department store employee, and an IT worker. And as you can see, a family earns about $93,000 or $94,000 a year and owns a home. Actually, I'm not going to repeat all of them own homes with varying amount of home value. Couple of families are vegetarian, shop at Asian grocery stores, and that is important given the tariff situation, and I'll go to that. Family B cannot afford to even go out and eat. And then the highest earner of the 3 is family C. One child now in college. So these are 3 different income levels, 3 different homes. And you know, they have gone through a decade of structural squeeze. And the next slide is here's what every one of these families have faced since 2015. And if you look at the cost or impact of inflation, groceries, gasoline, auto insurance, home insurance, which has doubled, auto insurance at least 75% higher. And these are the line items in real households' budgets. And then the next slide, this is where I want to take a moment to talk about the impact of the tariffs on the groceries. If you look at, and this slide is specifically for Asian grocery stores, because of the tariff impact, they're paying almost twice as much as they paid before. And then Morrisville has one of the most diverse Asian population of any municipality in North Carolina. This tariff crisis is not happening to someone else. It is happening to our neighbors and on our streets. And right now, there is nothing they can do about it. Now here is where the council enters into picture directly. The Morrisville town tax rate actually fell over this period from 39 cents to 35 cents per $100 of assessed value. But here is what is also true. Every single one of these families paid dramatically more in property taxes in 2025 than 2015. The rate fell but their bills rose and rose significantly. Now, next three slides are each individual's spending on mostly government imposed taxes and other necessary expenses. So if you look at, in every case, cost grew faster than their income. The mortgage payment is the only one expense that was locked in and could not rise and became the single thread holding this household together. Everything around it has moved up. Families or their monthly expenses grew by $1,439, and their take-home income grew by only $1,117. And then take a close look at how much is this family have, or does this family has left every month? $60, and that is before all the expenses from, you can start from car payments to clothing and anything else you can think of. I'm not going to go in details of every single household, but you can see the numbers. I'm going to next slides. These are the families that we're going for. And they're telling us in the clearest possible financial terms that they have nothing left to give, at least some of them. And now I want to talk about what we control. Right? Government set costs consume between 28 to 36% of each family's take-home income. And I know everything here is we don't control, but we do control some of them. And that brings to tonight's budget. Yes?
Can I just clarification on that chart?
Mm-hmm.
This is their overall tax bill.
Yes.
Not just the town of Morrisville.
Yeah, that's what I just said, that it's not,
Okay, I'm sorry.
we don't control all of these expenses, but we control part of it.
Okay, because the increase was more significant on the county side than it was on the town
Yes,
side,
it
quite
was.
frankly.
Yes. And that's why I have broken it down by county and Morrisville expenses, taxes, not just one combined. So people, who wants to see, they can see that.
It's on.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. That should be for every household that I have listed. So I'm going to give credit where it is due. The town manager and his team has worked thoughtfully to hold the line on tax rate. New investments are 47% lower than last year in the proposed proposal that we have. And the several requests are marked unfunded, and I do respect their work. So what we saw in here was not one of those families received a salary increase that kept pace with inflation, not one. And the government control costs, some of which are councils, what council sets directly or indirectly, and you know what it consumed. But for most of the past decade, Morrisville has benefited from extraordinary revenue growth. Development activities was robust, the tax base expanded rapidly. In that environment, adding positions, expanding programs, and growing the budget year over year felt sustainable. But the environment is changing. Revenue growth has slowed to an average of 5.8% per year between 23 and 27. Ad valorem revenue is projected to fall this year, not because of the rate change, but because of evaluation appeals and that are eroding the tax base. And this trend is not over. Yet in that environment, this budget recommends adding 10 new positions permanently. One, I understand, is funded by Central Pines. Those positions and their benefits, retirement contributions and salary increases become recurring obligations on every future budget. it recommends roughly 1.56 million in compensation adjustments. They're also recurring. Expenses Smart Shuttle program by $704,000, and activist town center operations, that's another $277,000. And to pay for all this, it draws 1.43 million from fund balance, one-time money used to cover ongoing operations. It defers the post-employment benefits obligations for 2 to 3 years, and it cuts fleet replacement by $500,000. Yeah, about $500,000. And some of my colleagues talked about addressing the challenge head-on, and I agree. But addressing it head-on means adjusting our spending trajectory now, not adding recurring obligations and hoping revenue recovers. We're not addressing the problem head-on by increasing the taxes on our residents who cannot afford. We are actually creating crisis by doing so. We cannot keep running the spending playbook with high growth era in a low to moderate growth reality. And the families I just showed you will be the ones who pay for that mismatch. Now, those families that I talked about, as squeezed as they are the working families. They have income, they have jobs, they can still buy groceries, even if the margin is razor thin. What we haven't talked about yet is our seniors. On Monday evening, actually Tuesday evening, one of the Morrisville residents, Shanna Robinson, stood in front of us and told us that our 65 and older population is projected to double by 2041. And she also told us that by 2029, just 3 years from now, Morrisville will have more residents over age 60 than under the age 18. And then she said something I have not been able to stop thinking about, which is, she told us about her aunts who have lived in this community, built friendship here, built their lives here, and who had to leave. Not because they wanted to, not because they chose change of scenery, but because they could no longer afford to live in Morrisville. Now think about that, what that actually means. You spend a lifetime in a place, you build relationships, you find a doctor who knows your name, a neighbor who checks on you, a faith community, a social circle, a network of people you know, and then when you need those connections the most, when your health is less reliable and your energy is less certain, the tax bill outpaces the fixed income you worked for your entire life to secure. And so you pack your bags. Now, question is this the Morrisville we want to build? A town that quietly prices out very people who helped build it, where a senior on a fixed income who has paid taxes in this community for 30 years is told by arithmetic of our budget decisions that they have simply outlived their wealth. Not by vote, not by resolution, just by the slow, relentless math of costs that rise faster than any fixed income can follow. Survival of the fittest is the principle of nature. It has no place as the governing philosophy of a local government. And yet, if we refuse to examine our spending habits, that is precisely the community we are building. One where dignity in retirement becomes privilege reserved for those wealthy enough to absorb whatever we decide to change. If that is not our intention, and I genuinely believe it is not, then our budget needs to reflect that. Words are not enough. Budgets are the moral documents. They reveal our actual priorities. Now I hear the phrase quality of life often in this chamber. I believe in the quality of service this town provides. I'm proud of what our staff delivers. But here is the thing about quality of life. It is only relevant to the people who can afford to experience it. Survival comes first. Quality of service is meaningless to a resident who has been priced out of the town those services are in. We keep talking about what we offer. I'm asking us to talk about who cannot afford to enjoy what we offer. I have also heard argument that economy is not as bad as it was in 2009, and that is true. But it completely misses the point. We are not in recession, but Cisco announced mass layoffs yesterday. Microsoft announced a couple of weeks ago. Many corporations have been cutting. The financial services sector has been reorganizing, and none of that accounts for what's coming. AI is not a distant technology story. It is already changing which jobs exist, which skills are valued, and how quickly careers can be disrupted. Young college graduates are struggling to find jobs. We need to adjust our spending trajectory now while we still have a choice. And then when we talk about seniors, I also want to address something else that's been mentioned a few times, assistance from neighbor. So I have a sincere question. Of the three families that I presented tonight, earning around $94,000, $59,000, or $127,000 a year, and with home ownership, do you really think anybody will qualify for neighborhood assistance? Probably not. Neighborhood exists to provide emergency support for residents in genuine crisis. The work they do is important, and I'm grateful they exist, but pointing to neighbor as a response to a structural affordability crisis is not a solution. It is, honestly, it's a deflection. Neighbor is a safety net for hardship, not a financial plan for seniors who want to maintain their independence and dignity after decades of paying taxes in our community. When we tell a squeezed resident to check with a nonprofit instead of examining our own spending, we have confused the purpose of that safety net. Probably last point I'm going to make is I looked at the responses from the budget priority survey. 33% of the survey responses we received are against tax increase. So if nothing else, let's listen to those who are responding to our survey. Now, I do have a fundamental problem with the survey. When the town released the budget priority survey, residents were asked what they valued. What they were not asked of was what the survey did not include, was whether they were willing to pay higher taxes to fund those priorities. And yet, that survey was used and being cited for justification for higher spending. That is an incomplete reading of the survey. Asking residents what they value is not the same as asking whether they support a tax increase to fund it. You cannot ask people what they want without asking what they are willing to pay. And then treat their answers as a mandate for increased expenditure. That is not a community input. That is the leading question with a predetermined conclusion. So let me be precise about what I am and I'm not saying tonight. I'm not saying freeze taxes forever. I'm not saying cut services to the bone. And I'm not saying this council has acted in bad faith. What I'm saying is that we have a spending habit built for a different era. We grew accustomed to adding positions, expanding programs, and growing the budget because revenue was growing to match. That era is slowing down. The responsible response is to slow our spending trajectory with it. I'm saying that every dollar of recurring expense we add tonight is a dollar that will be on the balance sheet for FY28. And I've heard people say falling behind is not an option, and I agree. And right now, we are falling behind on our obligation to the families. I assure you tonight, we are falling behind on our obligations to the seniors, the Shannon Robinson and others described. The small intentional adjustment I'm asking for is not a tax increase. It is a serious line-by-line review of which recurring expenses we can reduce, which new positions can wait, which programs justify their cost in this lower growth environment. A family has $60 a month on $69,000 a year income. And somewhere in this town tonight, there is a senior on a fixed income who does not appear in any of my slides, but who is watching this meeting or maybe watching this meeting and wondering whether the council they have paid taxes to support for 30 years is going to make it possible for them to stay. That is who we are governing for, and they deserve nothing less from every single one of us at this table. Thank you.
Mayor Colley.
Thank you for sharing that. I know a lot of work went into that. And it's important that we do try to do everything we can to keep all our residents here and to be empathetic to their situation. Costs have gone up for everyone. I'm not going to go over everything I've said. For council consideration, I think it'd be really important for us to safeguard our future and our residents' future, to perhaps consider funding the land acquisition at $250,000 this year in order to keep that commitment going instead of zeroing it out, and $250,000 to the transportation. So we'd be doing that 3/4 of what we usually do, because those are two very important things. Land acquisition is our future, to control the land at Town Center, Markham, anything else we want to do, including any additional affordable housing. And transportation is one of the most important things, and as Town Manager said, that's a little bit less at risk. But anything that we can put in there that's not a recurring, this is like a one-time put in there and maintain the reserves. And that's something that, let's say everything goes really well, we're just financially more secure by $500,000 next year than we would be now. This is not money that's going out the door, it's money that's safeguarding our future. So I just wanted to share that, and I've shared a lot of the reasons the last couple of times that I've spoken. Thank you.
Councilman Scroggins-Johnson.
First of all, I'd like to commend Councilmember Patel on his diligence and thoughtful analysis of showing working families in different scenarios. There was a moderate to working parents and parents with a college student fully, paying their bills, but one of the families, due to significant impact with groceries and other related bills, are down to $60 extra a month. Now, we always think, well, if the Morrisville taxes are just a little bit more, that's not a very big impact, blah, blah, blah. But I would argue that every increases incrementally other increases that are going on. And I mentioned that in my comments at our last meeting, that insurance is going up, and that goes into someone's mortgage that, has the insurance within their escrow and so forth like that. So we need to be mindful. So what I am most concerned about is our commitment to staff and projects that carry recurring charges in a slow growth phase of our town's development. We're going to get to a point where we don't have any discretionary money at all, and we have all carrying costs or all recurring costs. I really fear that. And I also heard within your message that we need to do a full scrub. Now, it doesn't have to be tonight, obviously, but to kind of reset, rethink, and say, okay, with these recurring expenses, how does this impact our future? What do we really need now? What can we delay? What do we suspend because the value is not there? And also consider, understanding a little bit more about what people value. Surveys are good, outreach is good, but people don't have complete information about the pros and cons, the cost benefit of some things. Different people at different stages of their life have different goals and values, kind of thing. And with the survey, are we ensuring that we have a cross-section of seniors and young families and so forth like that? How do we do that? I don't think there's a magic answer, but just looking at this slice or analysis that was shared with us this evening, we need to kind of brainstorm about what we can do to kind of stop this erosion of our discretionary money by keeping some of our recurring costs from surpassing our budget. Thank you.
And just one thing I did not mention is this week's CPI and PPI data. So if you look at producer price index, that's the cost to producers. It's almost guaranteed that we're going to see higher inflation in the coming months. So just to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I was waiting to hear my name. Okay, so, first of all, I'm not exactly sure why you're looking at me, because I'll stay here all night as long as there's going to be substantive discussion and not circular nonsense. Having said that, I feel for every single family that is struggling, but it's also our responsibility to make sure that we're thinking ahead, that we're not going to have to make big changes in people's tax rate when there's, after a reval, I think that we have just got to start a period of incremental growth, even if it's half a cent. If it's half a cent when there's no reval, half a cent when there is a reval, half a cent when things are great and rosy, and there's literally never going to be a time that we will issue a survey and people will not say that we shouldn't raise their taxes. There will never be a time when it won't be hard on some people if their taxes go up. But I'm saying that half a cent to give, I've been worrying about these reserve funds since the last time we spoke. And I'm very nervous about not funding the land acquisition reserve at all. And I'm very nervous about in a year when we say that we want to grow the shuttle service, but we're not going to fund transportation. I just think that I think that people can get used to slow growth. A half a cent on the tax rate costs the average Morrisville citizen about $75 a year. Now, for a family that only has $60, I understand that is a hit. But I think that sometimes to be good financial stewards, I think that sometimes it's our job to make tough decisions. And I'm not sure that it's responsible to not fund that land acquisition at all when we know for a fact that we're going to have to acquire more land. I don't think that it's responsible to partially fund the transportation reserve when we know that we want to improve our transportation services. And I think that I just think that we get people used to slow incremental growth of their Morrisville taxes. We can't control what the county does. We can't control state income tax, but we can control whether or not our residents are getting surprised by tax increases every time there's a revale. And, the other thing is that I said the other night that Brandon and staff have pulled off a miracle, and we have a budget that does not raise taxes this year. We made some tough cuts, but it happened. But we can't sustain that. And I feel like I'm worried that by pulling it off this year, we're setting up an expectation with the public that there won't be an increase next year. That when times are hard, that that we're going to be able to do this every time. Costs are rising for the town. In this budget, people talked about wants and needs. In this budget, there are needs that are not funded, and I'm okay with that. But I'm really concerned about giving the impression that we're always at will going to be able to avoid a tax increase, because I don't think that that's the case. And there were also people in the survey was 65 people. Like, let's get a handle on what that means in a town of 32,000. But in those 65 people, there were also people that said, give me an incremental increase. Don't do big tax increases. We don't want that. We want incremental increases, slow growth. That's what I just think that maybe we should rethink what we've already said about this budget. I really think that we should think about those reserves.
Councilmember Johnson.
So, Councilmember Patel, thank you for sharing your thoughts. I agree
Liz,
with.
excuse me, I really did just forget one thing.
Okay.
I did want to say, Ashik, thank you so much. I appreciate the work and the time that you put into this. I appreciate the research, and I think that was a really good presentation.
Sorry about that. No, that's okay. That's okay. You're fine. You're fine. So thank you for that. I'm going to say this. I don't need you to answer right now because. But I'm not sure what you're asking us to do right now at going on 11 o'clock at night on May 14th. And I say that very respectfully. When we started this whole process back on April 9th, I was adamant about no tax increase. So I think we have come to a point now, again, on May 14th, where we have shown constraint that I know I heard a lot from the public. And I've also heard from the public that they're pleased that there's no tax increase. I don't disagree with you that we need to maybe go back and really take a deep dive into everything. I'm not sure right now is that time. I think to do that, it needs to start way earlier in a budget process. And I realize somebody that has not, I've done deep dives in the past in the budget. It's been a while, so I think that's probably appropriate that we maybe think about that next year. I think here, when we're getting ready to present the budget to the public and they're expecting a public hearing in another week, I'm not sure that there's enough time to do that now. So that's why I say I'm not sure what you're asking us to do right here, right now, in May of 2026. I think this is a discussion that we can have going into next year's budget, which you heard staff, they start, the minute this one's done, they're starting again. So, and I think there's a, we just heard two different kind of viewpoints too. I think there's a real philosophical discussion that we as a group have to have about what's important and how that's reflected in our future budgets. Don't disagree with that at all. I think we've come to a point where that's really an important discussion for the seven of us to have. Not sure it's now, right here, when we're getting ready to adopt a budget. And honestly, the feedback that I've gotten from the public is they're incredibly happy. I was worried you were going to say what you said earlier tonight about, well, I would think about a 1 cent, I thought you said tax increase, and I was like, oh my gosh. Did you want to do a 1 cent tax increase this year for, maybe I misunderstood what you were saying earlier. This is about an hour and a half ago.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't know if I said that.
And that was maybe the way I interpreted it, but anyhow, so, yeah, after hearing this presentation, I know that's not what you, for sure.
And part of it is probably my naivete that I haven't gone through the process, so I brought this up when I could understand everything and I had a chance, opportunity to meet people and talk to people in
Yep.
person, and
Yep.
that's when, and it takes time. I had to personally meet 3 families. Actually, I met 4 families. 4 family was today, and I haven't included that. But it takes time, and this was the time I thought that I could bring it to everyone.
That's, yeah,
And I'm not saying that make decision right now. Right? But as I said, it's, if we don't fundamentally change the way we are spending, it is going to be a problem in future. Right now, yes, we are not increasing taxes, but we have recurring cost added to the budget, and we don't have plan to pay for it. So I would actually argue exactly opposite of what Mayor Pro Tem said. Right now, we are setting up to guarantee a tax increase next year. It's not that we are setting expectations that it won't increase. Maybe public may expect that, but the way the budget is designed this year, we are almost guaranteeing that there will be a tax increase next year unless we go through each line item. And that's the point.
so, yeah, well taken, point well taken. I actually, I think you both, Councilmember Kessler and Councilmember Patel, were deprived of a really good retreat this year because of the snowstorm. We had, it was, I think staff did an incredible job, trying to adjust as best they could, and we got to meet for really just a little bit of time. And I'm sorry you were deprived of the opportunity to really have an in-depth conversation, because these would have been the kind of conversations we maybe could have had at that time. And
Yep, and true, and it was act of nature, so I don't need
Yeah,
to be
yeah.
sorry. But I don't know if, even if we had that opportunity, I don't know if I knew enough to
right,
to
Right.
to make the arguments that I'm making now.
right.
So
So that leads me to my next thought. Because we were deprived of that opportunity, and we've done this in years past. We've had a kind of mid-year retreat where we've taken the time to all be together and, discuss whatever the topic is that needs to be discussed in depth. So maybe that's this year, but we have to commit. Forget the staff will do whatever we want, but the 7 of us have to commit if that's something we want to have, again, maybe in August, because some people are going to be busy in July, but me too. But maybe that's something we can do, to have a more in-depth kind of conversation, later this summer in the fall.
I
And that
will say
would
to try that in June, Liz, because that'll inform, a really in-depth discussion of what our philosophy is about what we're doing here will inform everything that happens in the budget.
Oh,
And-
I
And they're
agree.
gonna start that like literally right after, like June 10th.
I agree. Oh, no doubt. I'm just a little concerned we won't all get a date in June. That's what, I mean, we were all supposed to be at the public safety event in May, and staff asked for that date like months, and we couldn't all show up in the end, which I get it, life happens. I'm not, no judgment, but I think we need a little bit more time than just a couple of weeks to schedule what I would think would have to be a whole day, if not more. So, anyway, just my thoughts on that.
Councilmember Yarmouth and then Councilmember Kessler. You're good, Councilmember Kessler.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Patel, for the presentation. Definitely been thinking about it a lot. I promise to be brief, but I did want to share some things, I suppose. So there was a mayor in a small fishing village in Japan, and in 1967 he ordered the construction of a seawall and a floodgate. That was built over 10 years, the 1970s, and he was initially mocked for that. It cost $30 million in 2011 dollars, but it wasn't until 2011 when a magnitude 9 earthquake and tsunami struck the village. And because of those investments, the only death was a fisherman who strayed beyond the walls. So sometimes investments we make today pay off many, many years into the future, and the lack of investments that we make today also have a cost in the future. And I wanted to reiterate what I had said at the last council meeting about how the Wake County managers already proposed the 2-cent tax increase, and that's to address the state budget shortfalls, the revenue losses associated with this Blue Ridge loophole, and other funding pressures coming from the state level. And at the same time, North Carolina is continuing a policy path that phases the corporate income tax to zero by 2030. So even if we don't raise the property tax, residents are still likely to see higher costs through the county taxes, utilities, groceries, health insurance, housing. And last year, North Carolina was ranked the #1 state for business while also being ranked the worst state to work. And that's an economic model built on low wages, weak labor protections, limited collective bargaining rights. And I think at the local level, certainly, we continue pursuing growth and rising property values, but those property values do increase the cost burden on residents. And then also our significant commercial property valuation appeals further shift that tax burden onto residents over time. And our corporations are benefiting from low taxes, low wages, rising consumer prices, while working residents absorb more of the cost burden. I mean, government can't control every aspect of the economy, but we are responsible, both here, state, federal, for deciding whether public policy reinforces those dynamics or whether it really helps the working class. And final thing here, if we don't maintain our roads, that additional maintenance cost will be borne out by residents. And I think maybe a different philosophy entirely, look at the way we're developing and making sure that we are developing in a way that helps working residents. I know we have our economic development policy to get high wage jobs to come to town, but do those jobs, would these people be qualified for those jobs? Would they benefit from this development that's coming in? Or would there just be more higher property values that then transfers on to the residential neighborhoods? So putting that out into the ether.
Councilmember Patel.
So I just wanted to add one thing to what Councilor Kessling said about corporations benefiting. Cisco Systems, they announced layoffs this week. And if you look at the stocks, it has gone up by 20% since. So you're laying off people, and companies or shareholders are profiting from it.
'Anyone else?
40 minutes. Bottom line, I think all good points. I think good in-depth slide presentation. I really liked it, from the view of a household. But I gotta tell you, our budget is nice. I have never seen without increasing taxes, we have added 10 new people. That's a significant amount of staff that we are adding that usually does not come without a tax increase. And kudos to you all for quarter, 1%, like, half, whatever it is. We are not compromising in many of the things. It is really a good budget, and um, I am pretty much happy, and especially the transportation funding that Jeannie put together. That was pretty convincing that we could take a half cent out of it and use it. Um, I understand the philosophy of increasing taxes a little bit every year, but that is for the towns which are struggling. Right now, we are growing at the rate of 4 to 5%, and we don't know how many years more, but it was significantly, it was 3 several years ago, and from what I'm understanding in the budget documentation, we said 4 to 5 is above than what it is. So bottom line, our economic development engine is working, it's helping us, and I agree from a sustainability point of view in the future, we have to be careful now. And that is what my main worry is. We are only 9 square miles. No one is going to allow us to, go either direction. The only direction is we can go only up. Or redevelopment. That's the only thing, we are at a beautiful spot. I wish we had 300, 400 acres more. We could have filled it in, but it is what it is, and I think we all have to be very cognizant of how we use our money, and I don't think we are compromising anything in this budget in terms of, like, from a citizen point of view. We're increasing public safety, we're increasing a lot of other amenities, and one thing, even though I'll say it is only $15,000, but the amount of kudos I got adding that programming for the MAFC, especially for getting those external people, people love that, and it gets filled like that, in a matter of, people are waiting whenever that reservations are, and within 3 minutes it's gone. So we're doing the best we can. I think don't forget the amount of investments on Church Street Park and Church Street North, and our beautiful collaboration with Wake Tech and Wake County Schools to get those land, like 30, 40 acres around that. We are positioned for Markham property downtown. We already have money for that. So it's not every time, you have increase for the sake of increasing. I think we are well-rounded this time. I'm pretty happy with it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, yes, sir.
One last point, I think, for folks that are, on the lower income side, I don't think it's a question of if, but when we could do the restructuring that you're proposing, keep the tax rate the same, we could do the restructuring, next year.
Comfortable with. I'll be a lot more comfortable with adjustment if that happens, but it's a long shot.
But, and I think unless something changes, people are going to get priced out. And even if we don't do anything, there'd be nothing that we could do to stop that.
Sorry, I know, we gotta go, but, thank you for saying that, because you're right. There's nothing we can do about the value of our houses keep increasing. And that is, and we have no control over what Wake County does. surely there are things we can do here within our control in the town of Morrisville. But that, you made a really good point the other night, Harrison, about that all this that we're feeling is not just the town of Morrisville. The town of Morrisville is a piece of it for sure, but not even the main part of what everybody's feeling. What we each are feeling and what all our residents are feeling, it's way beyond us. It's way beyond the town of Morrisville. So I think we got to keep that in perspective too. There's only so much we can do and should do, but you made a really good point. That's all I want to say.
And I would agree, and that's why I broke it down to show what pinches most, and it's obviously inflation. And total, not town of Morrisville, but total government is 28 to 30 cents.
All right, so I think what I have heard is that we are essentially bringing back the recommended budget that we previously discussed with the addition of about $20,000 for MAFC repairs. We'll grab that out of fund balance. We're going to increase police department alarm fees. We're going to get you an explanation of the drop of that one fee that we didn't have a clear answer for you tonight. We are going to establish a nonprofit rate for use of park facilities for rentals. And I think we had one other follow-up we'll bring back from a fee. I don't have it in front of me, but I got lots of taking notes. We'll bring you one other thing, but that's what I heard tonight. I did not hear any other consensus to change anything else. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. Again, obviously this is, we spent a lot of time Tuesday night, but this is, I'm preaching to the choir, the most important thing we'll do. So we got to make sure we do it right. So I thought good discussion again. Thank you. And we'll be ready for the 26th. Thank you all.
Anything for the good of the order, sir?
No.
I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. A motion from Mayor Protem Rabadi, a second from Councilmember Garamella. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye. Aye. We are adjourned. It is 10:56.